Chapter 4401, Damage L Index. One of the more interesting design traits of the new Instrument of Doom cannon was that Vess focused on increasing its inherent firepower as much as possible. By making sure that the Luminar crystal cannon already started off with unreasonably high single-shot attack power from the beginning, Vess could help it attain ridiculous damage results by applying multiple forms of amplification. For example, if a weapon like the Instrument of Vengeance rifle possessed a base damage index of 100, Venerable Stark might be able to increase that figure to 400 or something after resonating with the weapon. This was the limit that she could achieve with her resonance strength and other factors. One of the design choices that Vess sometimes regretted was that the Instrument of Vengeance did not come with any further amplification mechanisms. Many ranged expert mechs were usually capable of boosting the firepower of their weapons by making use of the right resonating exotics. Instead of trying to increase the damage potential of the Instrument of Vengeance further, the Larkinsons had instead opted to emphasize its ability to target weak points by integrating it with opticonium. This was the resonating alloy that enabled the Amaranto to bend and curve its energy beams. While Venerable Stark had definitely managed to play a crucial role with the help of this unusual ability, it was still regrettable that the Amaranto had no further means to overcome tougher resistance. The only exception was to take the advantage of the fact that the Instrument of Vengeance was a masterwork, where Vess was able to connect to it and amplify its next shot with the power of worklaw energy. Considering that Vess and Blinky had to rely on their own efforts to generate more worklaw energy and replenish what they had lost, this was a trump card that could only be used once every few months. In any case, the Amaranto mostly had to make do with topping its damage index to 400 or maybe higher at times if Venerable Stark exceeded her limits. This might already sound impressive, but these were fairly typical results for expert mechs at this level. What Vess sought to accomplish with the new Instrument of Doom was to use this second chance to implement a different design direction. As the Amaranto fired several more shots after tapping some of the potential of the Instrument of Doom, Vess already formed an estimate of its damage indexes. The base damage index, relative to the Instrument of Vengeance, was easy to calculate in advance due to the lack of any metaphysical shenanigans. A full-powered laser beam attack from the Instrument of Doom should already have a damage index of around 300. This might not sound like much given the enormous differences between the Luminar crystal rifle and the Luminar crystal cannon, but Vess had already done his best to cope with the law of diminishing returns. Venerable Stark is not yet familiar with the Instrument of Doom, so her ability to resonate with it in the beginning is not as good. The weapon also has a lot more volume, which further reduces the effectiveness of true resonance. It is already fairly good that resonating with the cannon can allow it to reach a damage index of around 800 to 900. This might not sound as extreme as Vess was hoping for, but he was sure that Venerable Stark would be able to increase the damage potential of the Instrument of Doom over time. Once she became intimately familiar with her new weapon, Vess wouldn't be surprised if the Amaranto could reach a damage index of 1200. This was already at least 3 times as powerful as the damage that the Amaranto was previously able to inflict. It will get even better over time, as Venerable Stark's resonance strength is constantly getting better. Resonance strength was a measure of an expert pilot's extraordinary capacity to distort reality. The higher the number, the more ridiculous the expert pilot could impose his or her own rules in the material realm. Once Venerable Stark became a high-tier expert pilot, Vess wouldn't be surprised if she could reach a damage index of 1500 or higher. Compared to the repeatable damage output that she was able to produce in the past, the difference was enormous. This example clearly illustrated why high-tier expert pilots could crush their weaker counterparts in battle. Their exceptionally strong willpower not only allowed them to amplify the performance of their weapons to an absurd degree, but also enabled them to do the same for their resonance shields, their armor systems, their flight systems, and more. Of course, Vess had to remind himself that blindly chasing after multipliers was not the only way to increase the performance of a mech. A more convenient way to increase the indexes was to increase the base performance of a weapon or mech. This was why Larkinson expert mechs, such as the Riot and the First Sword, were barely capable of competing against the shock shell. Their unending alloy and other expensive parts and tech significantly strengthened their technical performance. This allowed them to get away with lower amplification factors, though only to an extent. In any case, the testing session was far from done. After collecting enough data on how much stronger the new cannon had become after Venerable Stark resonated with it in a more general manner, she finally got to try out a feature that was absent from her old Luminar crystal rifle. The next tests will be a lot more exciting for us all. I don't want you to resonate with the cannon on a normal basis this time. Instead, I need to resonate specifically with the resonating exotic contained within the weapon. Can you sense it, Davia? I can, the expert pilot replied. It is already calling out to me. It is impossible to ignore its presence. Vess smiled. That is an indication that you possess a remarkably high compatibility with earth and silver. Have you read the briefing on this resonating exotic? I do. It is a naturally occurring resonating material that is fairly common in both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. It is not particularly rare or valuable, and its effect isn't the strongest. Many expert pilots can easily get along with earth and silver. The sole job of this resonating exotic in an expert mech is to amplify the damage inflicted by an energy attack by 80 to 200%, depending on the resonance strength of the expert pilot. This was actually a fairly mediocre effect. There were other resonating exotics that could achieve better results. The primary reasons why the Larkinsons settled for earth and silver was because it was easily available, and because it was highly compatible with Venerable Stark. Compatibility was extremely important. Expert pilots were rarely capable of drawing out the full potential of most resonating materials. However, if they were capable of doing so, then even average resonating materials would be able to produce fantastic results on the battlefield. As the instrument of doom began to light up even brighter than before, Vess could sense the horrible power accumulating within the weapon by observing the live feed. His intuition warned him that the regular firepower of the instrument of doom had greatly exceeded the regular firepower of the instrument of vengeance. Fire. When the Amaranto unleashed a blast, over a dozen target dummies that had been placed online did not even last a fraction of a second before the massive resonance-empowered laser beam disintegrated them before striking clean through the body of another asteroid. Not only that, but an asteroid that was lined up behind the last one also received significant damage. Damn, the power of that attack can equal the Star of Liberation's best efforts. No high-tier expert mech can come away unscathed after getting struck by this ridiculous laser beam. The Larkinson clan already had plenty of reasons to celebrate if the testing session ended at this point. None of their expert mechs had ever managed to inflict so much damage with a single repeatable attack. Outside of trump cards such as battle formations and the remote energy channeling of masterwork mechs, the Amaranto wielding the instrument of doom would henceforth serve as the top damage source of the Larkinson clan. Vess eagerly studied the data and performed a quick analysis to loosely estimate the damage index of the latest shot. If my calculations are correct, then the damage index of that latest attack has definitely exceeded 2,000. That was already an astounding result, even if Venerable Stark did not come close to maximizing the potential of Earth and Silver. This was the first time that the expert pilot worked with this kind of resonating material, so Vess already expected Amaranto to perform a bit rough at first. As the Amaranto carefully accumulated more energy before unleashing another stupendously powerful attack, Vess clearly noticed that the raw numbers had jumped a bit. This was already a sign that Venerable Stark was already mastering the art of resonating with earthen silver. The Amaranto continually showed that it was capable of inflicting enormously powerful blows with its new weapon. "How are you doing, Venerable Stark?" "My Mech and I are doing fine so far, but we cannot keep up this intensity for long," she honestly replied. "It is a lot more exhausting for us to use the instrument of doom." Vess nodded in understanding. "That is the price of using such a large and powerful weapon. Let us hurry up with the final 2 tests." The expert mechs of today relied extensively on face water to give them an extra edge, and the Amaranto had just joined this expanding club. While Venerable Stark still resonated with the earthen silver like before, this time she also activated the transphasic function, thereby causing the luminar crystal cannon to glow brighter and radiate more power than before. Faint spatial distortions surrounded the Amaranto before Venerable Stark finally pulled the trigger. The subsequent massive energy beam did not look that much different from the last couple of ones, but the difference was that it managed to pierce through one asteroid before spearing another one that was floating in the distance. Not only that, but the remaining energy of the laser beam ultimately dug into a third asteroid before stopping. Damn, this is awesome. Even though the hardness and density of an asteroid was nowhere comparable to a purpose-built warship, Vess could already imagine how many meters of solid hull plating the instrument of doom could bypass and overcome. Though the damage of the latest energy beam had actually spread out over the 3 asteroids due to the effects of face water, what was important to Vess was that the transphasic laser beam had affected a third asteroid this time. The damage index of this attack should still be around 2,000 or so, but the penetration factor should be multiple times greater. Face water caused attacks to inflict less damage to the exterior, but more damage to the interior. This meant that it was no longer easy for Vess to compare the damage potential of the Amaranto's expanded attack methods. "Let us proceed with the final and most important test, Davia," Vess transmitted to the Amaranto. "Follow my instructions, but listen to your instincts. If there is any point where you feel that the instrument of doom is exceeding its limits, don't hesitate to abort the test." "I will keep that in mind," Venerable Stark answered. She concentrated her mind and will, and began to perform all of the necessary steps to properly make use of the new blessed weapon. She not only resonated with the earthen silver and activated the transphasic function, but also reached out to the design spirit of the mighty weapon and requested his intervention for the following attack. "He's coming." The Phase King had already been standing by as this historic testing session unfolded. As soon as Venerable Stark opened a channel, the powerful design spirit readily made use of it by sending down his presence as well as his spiritual energy. Soon enough, the entire Amaranto lit up as if it had turned as bright as a star. The silhouette of the Phase King briefly overlapped with that of the expert rifleman Mech before shrinking down towards the luminar crystal cannon that was made in his image. During this time, the presence of the Phase King temporarily suppressed that of the illustrious one, causing the Amaranto to look and feel as if it had become the living embodiment of face water. As the whalehead muzzle of the instrument of doom became so bright and lifelike that its decorated red eyes conveyed vitality, Venerable Stark eventually gathered the strength to pull the trigger. Destroy. A flash of energy so bright that it seemed to cut through space itself instantly struck the edge of the asteroid belt. Numerous floating rocks irrevocably changed as the bright and piercing laser beam successfully drilled and phased through an enormous amount of matter. A huge number of witnesses within the fleet had become speechless. They could no longer process the latest result, as it was so far beyond their expectations that their minds still needed to catch up to reality. Vess finally broke the silence in the observation compartment. How many asteroids?" 16, his wife replied. Chapter 44, O2 ship-killing weapon. All of the theories that Vess came up with could not achieve the same impact as seeing the results in reality. For a long time, the astounding effects of the Amaranto's final attack still lingered in his mind. For a transphasic laser beam to be able to penetrate so many asteroids at once was an outcome that could truly change the entire game. This was in line with his prediction, but the test result was so visually shocking to Vess that he reacted as if he was completely overtaken by surprise. The truth was that he doubted his own calculations. Surely the extrapolated data couldn't be that ridiculously high, right? Letter 1D6ATF, letter 1D633, E letter 1D486, letter 1D638, letter 1D486, letter 1D657, letter 1D663, OV letter 1D41E, LC letter 1D5FC, letter 1D62E. Perhaps the Phase King might exhibit more and more difficulty in applying his abilities to a weapon that was much larger and more massive than a handheld luminar crystal pistol. The reality was that the vastly increased scale of the Instrument of Doom didn't seem to matter all that much. The Phase King still had plenty of strength and control left to affect a weapon of this magnitude. Is this truly real? Gloriana asked, as if she too found it difficult to accept the result in reality. You're not dreaming, honey. The active intervention of the Phase King took a luminar crystal cannon that was already oriented towards extreme firepower and gave it wings. As Vess and his wife studied the sensor data on the asteroids affected by the Amaranto's latest attack, they found that the results largely matched their expectations. Much of the power of the laser beam passed right through the rock substances in the way. This was the power of face water being manipulated by an ancient and extremely proficient fish whale king. While the Phase King's powerful efforts allowed the transphasic resonance-empowered laser beam to strike the 16th asteroid in a row, the actual damage inflicted on all of the space rocks was not as great anymore. Of course, this was just relatively speaking. Assuming that the damage of the laser beam spread equally across all 16 asteroids, which was not entirely the case in reality, then each rock absorbed damage equal to a strike, with a damage index of just 125 points. That was not only worse than the base damage output of the Instrument of Doom, but the energy was also dispersed along the entire trajectory of the laser beam when it was drilling through solid matter. The visual inspections confirmed the math. Instead of the big and clean holes they witnessed before, the latest attack instead produced messy, blackened portions of rock that had melted rather than vaporized. A stronger material, such as second-class armor plating, probably would have maintained at least some of its integrity. The power of the Phase King hasn't actually increased the absolute damage of the Instrument of Doom to a significant degree, Gloriana remarked. There are situations where it is not that useful to employ transphasic attacks. If attacking the exterior of a target is just as useful as attacking the interior, then Venerable Stark will waste much less resources by employing more normal attacks. Vess nodded in agreement. The Instrument of Doom was never designed to be employed against cannon fodder. It is a contingency weapon that should be reserved against enemy warships or other powerful threats. That is because this weapon is our only option to damage the deeper and more vital internal systems of those kinds of threats. This was the advantage that he was trying to create for his clan. The Instrument of Doom's greatest power was not its damage index of over 2,000 or something, but it was instead its ability to spear through 15 useless asteroids before passing on at least some of its damage to the 16th asteroid that could stand for a more vital component. For example, it was extremely hard for a single ranged Mech to take down a fleet carrier like the Wild Torch. The massive kilometers-long vessel was designed in a way that her exterior was made up of thick and fairly sturdy hull plating. An incoming laser beam could damage this massive, dense, and heavy exterior layer all day and still not come close enough to crippling the ship, let alone reduce her performance in any way. The laser beam could only truly begin to degrade the Wild Torch's performance if it was able to go through the dense and thick outer layer, either by relying on brute force or by taking advantage of the power of face water. Once a laser beam got through, it would probably end up in an outer compartment where relatively ordinary work was being done. In the case of the Wild Torch, this most certainly corresponded to her carrier-related duties. The laser beam would probably strike a few mechs, repair machines, or even valuable workshop machines before running out of steam. Though the damage inflicted by such an attack most definitely harmed the Larkinsons, the integrity of the Wild Torch was still mostly intact aside from gaining a deep hole. A powerful ranged mech could still attack the Wild Torch 100 times like this and still be rendered helpless as the fleet carrier merrily flew away, though looking a lot more like Swiss cheese, of course. There were at least several ways to put down a capital ship for good. One was to shoot it so many times that her entire structure started to fall apart. This was highly inefficient, but it was usually the only solution available to mechs when fighting against enemies that were much larger and more massive than themselves. Another way was to employ a weapon that was so overwhelmingly powerful that it could efficiently cripple or blow up a vessel like the Wild Torch. This was a solution that was usually reserved for warships, because only they possessed the caliber of weapons that could unleash so much raw power. An ace mech like the Mars also possessed the equivalent firepower of a warship, so it was within the realm of possibility for Patriarch Reginald Cross to cripple the entire expeditionary fleet if he went rogue one day. The third way was to employ a bit more finesse and take advantage of a ridiculous blessed transphasic weapon like the Instrument of Doom. Given the result that it had just produced, Vess quickly tried to estimate whether the Amaranto armed with this weapon was capable of crippling the Wild Torch with a single blow. He called up the simplified design of the capital ship and turned the projected ship around a few times until he found a good angle. If the Amaranto can aim its Instrument of Doom at the Wild Torch from this angle, the subsequent laser beam will strike the external hull plating at a flat angle, allowing the energies to pass through while retaining as much of its damage potential as possible. It will probably punch through a couple of small outer compartments as well, but the bulkheads in the way are too thin to bleed away too much energy. Once the laser beam reaches the interior, it will probably pass through a lot of empty space, as the hangar bays inside are largely hollow and empty. There is a lot of vertical clearance in these halls, as they sometimes need to accommodate mechs or other gear that are taller than average. After passing through a lot of air, it will likely punch through more important compartments. These are the places where more important ship processes take place, such as recycling air, to keep it breathable for humans or coordinating field operations. If the laser beam is able to make it this far, it will eventually hit the citadel of the Wild Torch. A citadel is basically a box within a combat vessel that acts as an inner layer of armor. The reason for its existence is because it is meant to protect the truly vital processes that are responsible for running the vessel. The citadel typically stops the vast majority of attacks that were able to penetrate the outer hull. There were many different naval design philosophies. Some starships did not feature any citadels. This was usually the case for cheaper and smaller civilian vessels. This also explained why they crumbled so easily when attacked by a single mech. Other starships only possessed a rather superficial citadel. The inner layer still provided a measure of protection, but it may be the case that the ship designers cheaped out on it in favor of strengthening the exterior as much as possible. Then there were starships where the designers did not cut any corners, as was the case with a ship as good as the Wild Torch. In this case, penetrating the citadel was considerably more difficult than overcoming the exterior hull. It was as if the citadel inside represented the core of the capital ship, while everything outside of it was just window dressing. Though this was an oversimplified description, it was enough to illustrate the immense challenges of inflicting real damage onto such a vessel. However, as long as a laser beam was able to pass through this difficult obstacle, it did not need much power to drastically reduce a capital ship's performance. Even a damage index of just 0.1 was enough to kill a lot of people and destroy a lot of valuable ship parts. For example, the laser beam could strike a power generator, causing the ship to have much less energy to spare. The laser beam could strike one of the FTL drives, which meant that the Wild Torch was one step closer to getting stranded in the star system. The laser beam could also knock out all sorts of other vital elements, such as the CIC, the data vaults, and other crucial systems. The Instrument of Doom is a true ship-killing weapon, Vess concluded. He never thought that any Mech in the fleet other than the Mars was capable of knocking out starships with relative ease. Vess still recognized that the Amaranto still could not come close enough to match the firepower of the Mars. The latter possessed an even absurdly higher base power, as the Cross clan had put in a vastly greater amount of money and resources into its development. The amplification factor of an ace pilot was at least an order of magnitude greater than that of a high-tier expert pilot. Even so, the addition of the Phase King gave the Amaranto such an enormous boost that its attack broke past the boundaries of a high-tier expert Mech. If my evaluation is correct, the Amaranto has gained the equivalent firepower of a quasi-ace Mech. Gloriana summed up the result. Vess peered at the numbers, but also looked beyond the obvious. That may be true, but the Amaranto and its pilot doesn't have the fortitude and endurance of a quasi-ace Mech. When he studied the feed that displayed the cockpit, he could clearly observe that Venerable Stark had become a lot more winded. It took a lot of willpower and concentration for her to cope with the descent of the Phase King's formidable might. Not only that, but the Instrument of Doom had just discharged a transphasic attack of much greater consequence. Even if the changes produced by the Phase King amounted to a much more efficient and sophisticated use of face water, the relatively primitive Luminar crystal cannon was never designed to support so many complex and difficult operations of this nature. Gloriana quickly became concerned about the state of the weapon. The Instrument of Doom can't fire too many shots like this on a continuous basis. Some of its parts are already showing signs of stress. I can easily foresee that they will wear out at an accelerated rate, which means that this weapon will require time in the workshop after a battle in order to restore it to peak condition. In other words, this powerful weapon was also finicky. Most products with high performance tended to require high maintenance, but the Instrument of Doom was especially affected by this relation. Vess brushed this inconvenience aside. I would rather have a disabled weapon than end up incurring a more substantial loss. This weapon will help us save the lives of many clansmen and prevent the downfall of numerous expert Mechs and starships. That is why I designed this experimental weapon in the first place. Its limitations are serious, but sometimes all you need to defeat a powerful opponent is to launch an overpowering attack at the right place at the right time. A new era had begun for the Larkinson clan. Vess pitied his future enemies, who thought that his clan could only count on battle formations and the Mars to overcome difficult challenges. Chapter 4403, LM Balance Between Man and Machine. The successful trial of the Instrument of Doom presented a fundamental change in the application and use of Mechs. Of course, Vess was not naive to think he was the first Mech designer to break the limit of Mechs. This was far from the first time that a Mech weapon was able to burst out with power that was far in excess of its size, technical design, and material composition. Vess had read articles in the past where other, more brilliant Mech designers were able to transform junk into treasure through even greater feats of brilliance. The age of Mechs had persisted for over 4 centuries, and the amount of Mech designers working in the industry was too many to count. There were always a handful of inspired inventors among them who had succeeded in developing groundbreaking tech. Vess believed his work was different, though. The reason why he thought this way was because of several reasons. Theoretically, he could turn anything into blessed equipment. The only requirement was to match a design spirit with the right sympathetic material. He could only work with relatively expensive face water for the time being, but he was hopeful that he would find a different pairing that was based upon cheaper material. For example, if Vess was able to match Vulcan with ordinary iron, then he could easily transform any Mech or product into a blessed product without paying any extra. The overall implications of his new invention was that it enabled Mechs to make leapfrog challenges. A standard Mech might gain the power to threaten an expert Mech. An expert Mech might gain the power to threaten an ace Mech. It was not impossible for a bunch of Mechs to defeat a formidable warship by outputting damage that was far more potent than what their technical specifications could produce. This technology can change the entire Mech landscape, Vess exclaimed. He was boasting a bit. The truth was that the blessed equipment concept suffered from a massive weakness that severely constrained their mass adoption. The additional power, channeled by the Grey Lotus, and the instrument of doom did not emerge out of nowhere. The law of conservation of energy still remained valid as far as Vess knew. This meant that if either of those powerful guns suddenly became a lot more powerful, then there had to be another source that paid the price. In this case, the design spirits footed the bill for every blessed attack. Vess understood their situation quite clearly. Most of his design spirits had grown considerably over the years, but many of them were still at the start of their journeys. They still had a long way to go to form a divine core and evolve into a post-divinity entity. From what little clues that Vess had obtained from the system, it was only when a spiritual entity became a so-called true god that they ostensibly broke away from the confines of the law of conservation of energy. In other words, true gods were likely capable of producing an endless amount of energy. This was how mythical existences such as god pilots were able to materialize any material, no matter how rare, by exerting their supreme willpower. While this likely meant that true gods could only produce so much matter or energy at a time, this still meant that they could support the usage of many more pieces of blessed equipment. Vess could already envision a future where elite envoys wielded terrible power. These chosen Mech pilots became strong not by virtue of their own development, but because they were chosen by a higher power to act as their representative in the cosmos. At first, Vess felt repelled by this possible vision of the future. Mech pilots ought to rely on themselves and seek to break their limits in order to attain greater strength. Rather than surrendering themselves to other true gods, they should step on the path to godhood, just like many other strong-willed Mech pilots. It sounded as if Vess had inadvertently created an alternate path to wielding power, one that was easier and less demanding than trying to become a god pilot. Maybe it is possible to pursue both paths for a time, but there is ultimately a limit to how much you can borrow from another source. Advancing to the rank of god pilot remained the ultimate pursuit for many Mech pilots, but that didn't mean that blessed equipment had no place. Far too few Mech pilots possessed all of the qualifications necessary to make it to the end. There were pilots that had taken the wrong turn, incurred too many injuries, or exhausted all of their potential. There were also warriors who had lost their heart in battle and wanted to focus on other pursuits such as spending time with family or growing a new company. Whatever the case, these Mech pilots had a need for greater strength as well, and these were the people who he could serve with his blessed products. If this is the case, then I shouldn't be making this stuff for my best and brightest expert pilots, Vess murmured as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I should be handing them out to Mech pilots who I don't care about or have no hope of advancing too far, such as Commander Melker. In this case, it was fine for Vess to hand Venerable Stark a weapon that relied on an external source to produce greater power. The vengeful woman would leave sooner or later, so why should Vess invest too much in her personal development? In contrast, Vess needed to be a lot more careful about granting unearned power to hopefuls such as Venerable Tusa and Venerable Joshua. giving them gear that caused them to rely too much on the power of a design spirit, and not enough on pushing their own limits would cripple their growth in the long term. Vess thought about all of the difficulties his expert pilots experienced during the Battle of Pima Prime, and noted that each of them had stepped up when it mattered. The data clearly supported this idea, as the resonance strengths of all of the Larkinson expert pilots had jumped by a significant margin immediately afterwards. Not only that, but his expert pilots continued to grow at a considerably faster rate than in the past, showing that they were still reaping the benefits from passing their life-and-death challenges. Vess had thought about this issue before, but the emergence of blessed weapons caused this matter to become a lot more relevant. Are my expert mechs becoming too strong for their own good? He wondered. This was a valid question, and one that could significantly impact the future of his clan. Advanced technology tended to make mech pilots overly reliant on their machines. This was not the most optimal outcome, as the power of mechs was based on the strength of both the machine and the man. The two needed to be within a reasonable distance in order to foster the growth and evolution of the latter. If the machine continued to bear all of the burdens, how could the man ever get the exercise he needed to grow stronger muscles? There is already a good example of what will happen if the man has given up on developing his own strength and foisted every responsibility on the machine. The Common Fleet Alliance is the epitome of this philosophy. This was exactly what Vess did not want to pursue. The aim of the Mech Trade Association and anyone who supported its cause was to match technological development with human development. According to this philosophy, Vess should seek to limit and restrain the use of incredibly powerful blessed weapons as much as possible. Their specifications were so high that they could turn many difficult battles into trivial affairs, thereby robbing many mech pilots of the opportunity to grow under pressure. This is also an important reason why the breakthroughs aren't as prevalent among first-class mech pilots. The mechers, as well as other first-raters, enjoyed much better lives and had access to much more powerful mechs. Though these high and mighty individuals also had their own fair share of problems, the sheer amount of conveniences they enjoyed along with the powerful tech at their disposal led to lower rates of breakthrough. Sure, the first-raters tried to compensate for this by utilizing their formidable tech and knowledge base to stimulate their mech pilots through special training programs and so on, but there were limits to everything. If I'm not careful enough, my clan will be following in the same footsteps. This was not an outcome he desired. Perhaps he could employ his own brand of tech, such as the Transcendence Glow, to counteract this downward trend, but Vess preferred not to rely on one flawed solution to solve another flawed solution. He shook his head. This is way too abstract for me. I shouldn't be too high-minded about how I should utilize my work. My clan urgently needs strength. With all kinds of powerful enemies spread across the new frontier, Vess did not feel reassured with the means he possessed at the moment. He and his clan would be a lot better off if he developed a bunch of blessed weapons that the Larkinson expert mechs could pull out in case they bumped into an overpowering opponent such as a phase whale. Between death and stalled human development, Vess would rather choose the latter over the former any day. Besides, Vess was never one to follow the rules. He did not take all of the existing assumptions too seriously. There has to be a way for mech pilots to continue their progression while also relying on the help of blessed equipment. He recalled his design philosophy, which centered around the concept of mutual growth. The fundamental premise of his work was that he believed that mech pilots do not have to rely on themselves to win their battles and grow stronger throughout the process. It was okay for them to partner up with their living mechs and work together for a better future. The addition of blessed equipment did not have to sabotage human development as long as Vess found a way to incorporate his new invention in the framework of his design philosophy. He just couldn't figure it out as of yet. He needed to think more deeply and form a proper model of a relationship between a mech pilot, and a design spirit. This was a matter that he had never spent much thought on in the past. I can't leave it like this anymore. Vess shook his head. If I want to advance to senior, I need to come up with a better answer than I don't know or forget about it. Mech designers who are too afraid to address difficult problems do not have what it takes to realize their design philosophies. Master Mech designers earned a lot of admiration from Vess and other people because they truly mastered their own specialty in every possible dimension. They could provide answers to almost every problem at their level, and could even begin to explore the greater mysteries that far transcended mundane reality. Vess had a long way to go before he could decipher any of those greater truths. He first needed to resolve all of the lower-level problems, and that would inevitably take a lot of time and effort. Ultimately, Vess gained more out of this experimental weapon project than he thought. Though the successful realization of the blessed equipment concept did not directly progress his design philosophy, he felt more aware and certain of what he needed to do in order to take this crucial leap. His eyes burned with ambition. The Dullahan project will become even more exceptional than I originally planned. Just as he was about to wrap up the current project and turn his attention back to his ongoing expert Mech design projects, the expected call from the MTA finally arrived. Vess had to move to a special ship, which carried the Darkbreak module, which was connected to a secure MTA communication network. Though neither Vess nor his contacts trusted it completely, it was at least a much better option than talking over the public galactic net, which was as leaky as a sieve. Chapter 40, 404 Gentle Reminder. Vess expected to receive a confidential call from Master Dervidian or another representative of the transhumanist faction. After all, he had corresponded the most with the transhumanists in the past few years. Much of his work regarding the Transcendence Glow and other spiritual projects was of paramount importance to the Mechers whose goal was to enable human ascension. However, the physical projection that showed up did not come in the form of a familiar-looking gray-haired man wearing a brightly colored tech suit over a lab coat. Vess instead came face to face with an entirely new figure. He quickly scanned the appearance of the new man. At first, the projected individual did not look like a Mech designer. His head was prominently bald, and he wore an excellent tailored business suit. The only unusual part about his appearance was that he wore a purple patterned cape over his shoulders. Vess was sure that if the newcomer turned around, he would be able to see unknown heraldry on the cape. Despite this unusual feature, the man did not exude the demeanor of an aristocrat or a priest. Vess could clearly sense from the projected vision that he had met another master Mech designer, one that likely stood at the same height as Master Dervidian. Though the new master carried himself with the similar air of a leader within the association, he did not show any disdain towards Vess. It was the opposite. The high-ranking Mecher conveyed respect and appreciation through his body language and his expression. This caused Vess to gain a better impression of the man and allowed him to relax a bit. The ensuing conversation should not be too troublesome. The man eventually introduced himself. I am Master Vero Goldstein. I am a friend of the Polymath, and I manage a number of her affairs within the survivalist faction. I believe you should already be aware of the reason for my call. Vess nodded without any pretension. I do. To be honest, I was expecting a call from the transhumanists. We are aware of your increasing cooperation with the transhumanist faction, but your most recent work is of much greater interest to us. I would like to explain more, but our current means of communication leaves much to be desired. I understand. What do you want to talk about then, Master? We can still discuss other matters aside from going into greater detail of your latest technological accomplishment. One piece of news that I have been asked to convey is that Mr. Jovi Armalin should soon be able to contact you again. Vess grew a little more excited at this mention. I haven't seen or heard from my friend in a while. I have only been able to talk with him over the comm on an infrequent basis. Master Goldstein nodded. Mr. Armelin is a promising seed that has demonstrated both competence and a willingness to challenge the unknown in more ways than one. We have subjected him to a strict regime in order to prevent him from wasting his potential. He should be done with his current program in the near future. If he is able to live up to our expectations, then he will be able to upgrade his status and gain considerable autonomy over his own schedule. Though Vess was happy to hear that Jovi was doing well within the association, it was a bit strange for a master Mech designer, who was presumably a big shot among the Mechers, to convey this news in person. It was as absurd as employing a galactic Mech counselor to deliver a parcel to a random person in the Red Ocean. The only way Master Goldstein's actions made sense was if the survivalists valued Vess and Jovi to a much greater extent than before. Vess gained more confidence at the realization that his standing among the survivalists had risen yet again. That did not mean it was a good idea to start acting presumptuously in front of one of the direct subordinates of the polymath, though. He quickly reined in his messy thoughts and tried to maintain his professional demeanor. Thank you for informing me of Jovi's current conditions. I consider him to be a friend, and I would like it if I am able to regain proper contact with him again. Master Goldstein smiled. That is good to hear, but let us move on to more substantive business. We have quietly observed your progress and your work since you have entered the Red Ocean. We are generally satisfied with your productivity, your diligence, your contributions, and your sincerity in cooperation with our Mech Trade Association. We admire your passion towards Mechs and your drive to advance your own vision of them, but we are also concerned with your more extreme tendencies. Mech designers such as myself are usually capable of producing many brilliant innovations by pursuing ideas that more prudent colleagues have dismissed. Vess mildly retorted. I do not disagree with you, but everything must have a sense of proportion. You, Mr. Larkinson, do not seem to know the meaning of the word. This has become especially obvious now that you have left the stable environment of the Davut system and have gone on expeditions that Mech designers usually do not take part in, especially ones as successful and high-profile as you. We have observed that there is a much higher prevalence of radical actions and decisions when you subject yourself to greater turbulence. Well, that was what Vess pretty much figured out about himself as well. The only difference was that Vess saw this as a positive development, while Master Goldstein made it sound as if this was an expression of insanity. Vess did not feel ashamed at his approach. He felt no need to deny or repudiate his strategy. Davut has provided my family and I with a comfortable living environment, he admitted. However, I know myself well enough that I do not have the talent or personality to do my best in a quiet and stagnant locale. Perhaps I may be able to work towards senior and master over time by coasting along, but that has never been my end goal. Master Goldstein grew less stern after hearing this answer. Ambition is good. We will not fault you for your decisions as long as you are aware of the risks and have a clear purpose in mind. The fact that you have produced excellent results makes your actions more tolerable. In other words, the survivalists were inclined to let Vess do whatever he wanted as long as he was successful in his endeavors. Their response would probably be a lot different if Vess badly screwed up during his adventures. The unspoken context of Master Goldstein's message was that the survivalists did not want him to suffer an accident. At the very least, Vess could still make a lot of contributions to the MTA. It was intolerable for him to cut his miraculous career short before he managed to realize his design philosophy and passed on his teachings to the rest of the Mech industry. Both of them were smart people, so there was no need to discuss this kind of topic in the open. As Vess grew older and wiser, he was beginning to resemble those old and wise statesmen to an increasing degree. Hanging around with people such as Calabast and Sheddarin Purnus allowed him to acquire more and more of their tricks and depth of thinking. Though Master Goldstein was still far above his level of cognition, Vess at least reached a level where he wouldn't embarrass himself in this sort of exchange. the two began to talk a bit more substantively about his recent work. Though neither Vess nor Master Goldstein could go into detail about the specific details due to the lack of trust in the confidentiality of the communication channel, they did not need to convey too many words to express their meaning. Master Goldstein had already done his homework and was fully up to date with the research that Vess had handed over to the MTA. Sometimes the two didn't even need to open their mouths to convey a meaning to each other. It was not a surprise that someone as old and brilliant as Master Goldstein to be able to do so, but the highly experienced Mech designer was surprised that a relatively young journeyman had reached this level so quickly. In fact, Vess was already accustomed to communicating through nonverbal means. He interacted with many design spirits on a regular basis. Many of them did not communicate through words, but instead through emotions or more esoteric spiritual cues. Vess had to become good at deciphering the more obscure forms of communication from inhuman design spirits, such as the Titania and the Phase King. I am pleasantly surprised at the restraint and forethought of your attitude towards the propagation of your tech, Master Goldstein said in an appreciative tone. You are correct to hold back and wait for our judgment. You are far from the only Mech designer that has developed radical new design solutions, but the Mech industry and our greater society is not always ready to adopt them. The purpose of instituting the system of Mech generations is to control and regulate the pace of technological progress. Too much innovation at once is not always beneficial. In your case, it may take at least 2 or 3 Mech generations before your more consequential inventions are eligible for propagation. That did not deviate too much from Vess' own expectations. I can still apply my own work to my own clan or network, right? He asked. This was what mattered the most to Vess. His greatest motivation for coming up with inventions such as blessed weapons was to give his clan an insurmountable edge against rivals and opponents. If Master Goldstein told him that he wasn't even allowed to equip his own clansmen with blessed weapons, then Vess would seriously question the wisdom of continuing to associate with the survivalist faction. Fortunately, the man did not make it difficult for Vess. An innovator such as yourself is allowed to spread his work to his own organization. That is the prevailing custom within our industry, the MTA master reiterated. We see no reason to deviate from the rules in your case, but that only applies so long as you handle your work in a responsible manner. Try to stay within reasonable boundaries and be certain that your more explosive products will not be of any use to others if they happen to fall into the wrong hands. Vess was already familiar with this demand. The polymath had already warned him before. I have already taken the necessary precautions. I have added multiple safeguards to my latest toy so that it will never perform as well as it did in our clan. Master Goldstein nodded in satisfaction. You must continue to remain thorough in safeguarding your tech. It is already detrimental enough if your work falls into the hands of other human groups, but they are not significant to us. What we are truly concerned about is the possibility that advanced alien races, such as the Pulmers, may obtain new human tech in advance. That was indeed an extremely serious possibility. I heard the indigenous alien races have been making a lot of progress in closing the technological gap. It is true, Goldstein admitted with a frown. Traders among humanity have contributed much towards this unwelcome development, but the aliens have become increasingly more proactive in their attempts to steal samples of our advanced technology so that they can study their weaknesses and deduce their working principles. The Pulmer race has become particularly obsessed with mastering our high technologies. One of the purposes for contacting you is to remind you to strengthen your protection measures so that we will not find imitations of your work in alien hands one day. I can assure you that our corrective measures will be swift and fierce if it becomes clear that you have voluntarily or involuntarily colluded with aliens. I will be sure to pay more attention to this possible risk. Chapter 4405, Needing a Favor. Master Goldstein eventually ended the call. Mr. Jovi Armelin will likely visit you in person after he has completed his intensive program. You will be able to hold a much more thorough discussion about your work and your future once you are able to talk to him face to face. Until then, please control your enthusiasm. The more you show off your inventions, the greater the possibility of attracting alien scrutiny. Although the Puma race primarily pays attention to first-class organizations, the aliens will notice your work sooner or later. It is best for both of us if they become aware, when it is too late for them to prevent their own extinction. That was as clear of a message as any. Vess dutifully nodded. Understood, Master. I do not plan to spread my latest tech too much. I only developed it with my expert mechs in mind. It is not economical to apply my new work to other mechs. Master Goldstein looked satisfied. There is no problem in that case. We will be in touch. When the Darkbreak module finally became inactive again, Vess paused for a minute before silently leaving the secure communication chamber. Upon his return trip to the Spirit of Bentheim, he thought about the possibility that aliens might be able to harness his work. At first, he didn't even believe that such a possibility existed. Vess was a mech designer as well as a spiritual engineer. None of the major alien races seemed to have anything to do with these professions. However, Vess could only base his judgment on the knowledge that he obtained. Who knew whether there was anything more to the indigenous aliens that the Big Two had withheld from the rest of the public? There were plenty of brilliant aliens throughout history that had been capable of accomplishing feats that other races had never managed to replicate. Spiritual sorcery and spiritual engineering were hardly exclusive to the human race. Back in the old galaxy, Vess encountered several pieces of evidence that numerous extinct alien races used to harness the power of spirituality in the past. It was not crazy for him to guess that there was at least one alien race in the Red Ocean was able to tap into this power. He recalled that not all of the major alien races that were native Red Ocean had appeared on a wider scale at this time. Their territories and strongholds were mostly located far away from the current front lines of humanity's invasion of the dwarf galaxy. It was conceivable that the more obscure alien civilizations would finally fight against the humans once their interests came under threat. I can't allow aliens to threaten my good name. What if the phase whales, or another powerful alien race, turned out to be spiritually gifted? What if that allowed these extraordinary aliens to understand and imitate living mechs and other powerful applications? No matter how unlikely these possibilities sounded, Vess needed to make extra certain that no dirty alien would be able to use his tech without permission. Fortunately, it should not be difficult to maintain this guarantee. He just needed to make sure to strengthen his existing safeguards in his various products. Due to his paranoia, he already developed a habit of encrypting his spiritual engineering products. No matter whether they were literally or figuratively alive, someone who possessed the ability to perceive and interact with spiritual energy should not be able to unravel his work without triggering numerous different safeguards. They're not foolproof, though. Someone with sufficient ability might be able to unlock my encryption and learn valuable secrets one day. This was especially the case when the principles of much of his work were not all that complicated. The only tricky part that would probably stop most thieves in their tracks was that it was impossible to replicate his work in full without the ability to create new life. The absence of people who possessed his unique combination of skills and talent should buy him enough time to work towards realizing his design philosophy. Once he became a master, it was no longer crucial for him to retain a monopoly on living mechs and many of his other applications. In fact, given what Vess knew and suspected about star designers, it might even be beneficial to his own development if a lot of copycats followed in his footsteps. Well, none of this is relevant at the moment. For now, I need to step up my efforts in protecting my intellectual property. Vess returned to his routine once he arrived at his flagship. The results produced by the Instrument of Doom during the testing session were so shocking that Vess and Gloriana couldn't help but spend more days on analyzing the data. They improved their understanding of blessed weapons and used what they learned to draft more blessed weapons for a number of their other expert mechs. Vess wasn't in a hurry to develop them, though. The completion of the Instrument of Doom has met our most urgent demand for more firepower, he told his wife. The addition of another blessed weapon or two won't increase our effective combat power as drastically as before. His wife looked confused. I thought you felt that our clan was horribly inadequate after the disappointing performance of some of our expert mechs during the Battle of Pima Prime. You wanted to address some of the shortcomings that we have identified by upgunning our champions. Why have you suddenly changed your tune? He changed his tune because his talk with Master Goldstein made him realize that haste might not always be a virtue. The Master Mech designer hailing from the survivalist faction explicitly told him that the indigenous alien races were actively trying to steal advanced human technologies. Vess had taken the time to browse the galactic net for any mention of this, and he found plenty of mentions about increased alien raids. The major alien races had grown bolder over time. Before, most of them were reeling from the successive blows inflicted by the thunderous offensives of the Big Two. Nowadays, the indigenous alien empires not only managed to work together and slow the bleeding, but also gained a far greater understanding of their human opponents. The aggressive Pulmers were especially keen on stealing intact samples of human high technology. There had been many more sightings of their smaller but faster raiding fleets in the border regions of the upper zones. From the perspective of both humanity and the indigenous aliens, the relatively small but incredibly resource-rich upper zones were the only regions in the Red Ocean worth fighting for. Every lesser zone was basically a backwater at best, or a wasteland, as worst in their eyes. This was because the sparser and lower quality resources available in the middle zones and lower zones could not adequately support the buildup and upkeep of a powerful first-class force. However, this did not mean that the Pulmers or other powerful aliens avoided the lesser zones. Cutting through a lesser zone might allow a fleet to take a shortcut from one upper zone to another upper zone. A powerful fleet, such as the remnants of the pioneering fleet led by Parian Yoral Tavik, might be on the run and urgently needed to find safe harbor that was away from hostile first-class competitors. Whatever the case, Vess did not want his clan to perform too ostentatiously and attract too much attention from powerful alien or human groups. We should go for quality instead of quantity. Vess provided his wife with an excuse. The main downside of blessed weapons is that it relies on a limited pool of resources to fuel its power. If we want to avoid overburdening the Phase King, then we should try to adopt a more deliberate and thoughtful approach. We should also be working harder to find other sympathetic materials that can allow us to put our other design spirits to good use. It is too much of a waste to allow them to sit around and do nothing. His wife didn't have much of an objection to his proposal. Shem, if this is the case, then we can also go back to spending more time on our original design projects. The Dullahan project, the Ghost project, the Green Axe project, and the Bloodripper project are already running behind schedule due to our lack of participation. The expert pilots that are waiting for us to deliver on our promises won't be pleased if they have to wait additional months to receive their much-anticipated machines. The two therefore proceeded to put their subsequent weapon design projects on a lower priority so that they could make up for lost time in their main design projects. Vess found it a little jarring to go from designing a crazy experimental weapon project to more elaborate and deliberate mech design projects. He had to adapt to a different approach, time frame, and mentality, and that slowed him down at first. This was far from his first rodeo, though, so he quickly found his groove and began to make substantive progress in each of his projects. He mostly invested his time in the Dullahan project and the Ghost project. Both of them were innovative and possessed design aspects that Vess had never worked on before. Vess found the Ghost project to be a particularly interesting design challenge. It was the first expert stealth mech that he had ever worked upon. Since no one in the design department possessed a considerable amount of knowledge on advanced stealth systems, except for himself, Vess could not lean on his colleagues to delegate important work or rely on their expertise. Vess had to design the fundamental elements of the Ghost project from the ground up by himself. This was a considerable challenge when he could not fall back on prior experience or access to existing expert stealth mechs. To be honest, Vess felt a bit lost at first. He possessed experience in participating in numerous different expert mech design projects. He also possessed a formidable amount of system-granted knowledge, stealth and cloaking systems. The problem was that Vess couldn't immediately figure out a way to merge the two, so that he could form a proper mech design that harmoniously blended these two elements. "I need to study existing designs of expert stealth mechs," Vess concluded. That was easier said than done. The galactic net contained a lot of messy information, but the designs he stumbled upon were either incomplete, deliberately flawed, or outdated by at least 3 mech generations. The latter weren't actually that bad, though. Vess learned many fundamental lessons after studying the aged mech designs, but he needed to understand how the current generation of expert stealth mechs applied some of the latest advances in this field to defeat highly effective sensor systems. His wife noticed his struggles and offered an easy solution. "The Hex Army should be able to provide a few designs if you need them," Gloriana offered. "Normally, the designs of stealth mechs, and especially those at the expert mech level, are supposed to be highly classified information, but I am certain the Hexers are willing to do us a favor. After all, we are the creators of the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Maiden of Adversity. The Hexers are eager to receive the next powerful Hexer mech design from us. Given the credibility and reputation that we have built up, the Hexers aren't afraid that you will leave your debts unpaid." That was a deliberate image that Vess cultivated in order to attract business partners and avoid turning away customers. The advantage of developing a good reputation was that it opened many doors that would have remained closed if he was still a nobody, or worse, a scumbag. The disadvantage of doing this was that it took a lot of work and effort to retain his credibility. Vess knew that if he issued this request to the Hexers, he must definitely pay back the favor one way or another. "Let me think about it, honey." Chapter 44:06 Motivated Subordinate. Vess eventually declined to follow up on Gloriana's suggestion. While he believed that the Hexers would definitely be willing to offer him a glimpse of their current expert mech designs, he was not sure whether it was worth the price. It went far beyond owing a favor to the Hexers. What Vess was truly afraid of was that he would copy and take over too many of the design solutions developed by Hexers and adapted to different circumstances. If Vess wanted to do right by the Ghost project, then he needed to design it so that it could optimally serve its purpose in the Larkinson clan, rather than under the umbrella of an intelligence agency of the Hex Federation. He thought it might be better if he worked on the Ghost project from a fresh perspective that was relatively free from any existing biases or preconceived notions. In any case, his understanding on the mechanisms of outdated expert stealth mechs already made him feel a lot more confident about designing the Ghost project. He just needed to figure out a way to apply the latest tech to his complicated design. In particular, he wanted to make the outer layer transphasic so that the Ghost project could actually take a few hits and come out unscathed. "You're making a mistake, Vess," Gloriana told him in a disappointed tone. "You always insist on trying to reinvent the wheel in your own style. While I can respect your determination to develop an application from the ground up, you will just end up with a wheel that is inferior to the latest generation of wheels. Instead of wasting far more time than necessary in designing an expert stealth mech that is quirky at best, it is much more efficient to start from studying the best of what the Hex Federation has to offer so that you will begin at a higher starting point." Vess sighed. I can understand your logic, but you are leaving out a lot of variables that I find important. I won't explain it to you all, but according to my own logic, it is not a bad idea for me to forego your offer. You'll regret it, Vess. Let us see, I might surprise you, honey. Don't call me honey. Vess did what he said and proceeded to go his own way. As the expeditionary fleet continued to hop from star system to star system, oftentimes staying for a time in order to explore and survey different planets and asteroids, the Larkinson journeymen continued to become engrossed in their design work. Both the older and the newer cohorts of journeymen were hitting their stride. While it became increasingly more obvious to everyone that Miles Tavar, Merrill O'Brien, and Cormont Hempcamp weren't as productive as the ones that had been designing Mechs in the Larkinson clan for many more years, the gap wasn't insurmountably big. Vess and the rest had already taken the differences into account and made sure to assign lighter and more manageable responsibilities to them. This quickly allowed them to find a comfortable place within the design department. In fact, as journeymen, the three were anything but fragile children who needed the help of a babysitter to do anything complicated. They were true Mech designers who had already moved beyond the mortal limitations of ordinary professionals. Miles and Merrill had both joined the Larkinson clan when it was still a third-class organization, which meant they were already at home in the design department. They only had trouble with transitioning from a subordinate assisting role to a leading contributing role. The increase in responsibilities was massive, but by working alongside more experienced Mech designers such as Cadiz and Gloriana, they were never left to fend for themselves. What surprised Vess quite a bit was that Cormont Hempcamp adapted to his responsibilities faster by virtue of his prior work experiences. Mr. Hempcamp not only proved to be a competent project leader, but he was also able to quickly bind the newly recruited neural interface specialists into a coordinated design team. The newcomers were sorely needed to replace the standard neural interface models of the Larkinson clan's existing Mech models with customized versions. Though the difficulty of most of these jobs was not that much as long as Mr. Hempcamp designed a neural interface for a base model, the amount of work that needed to be done was massive. Vess expected the design team to start off shaky considering that each of them had only joined the Larkinson clan only recently. But when Vess paid a visit to their design lab, he was greeted by the sight of a smooth operation. Every assistant Mech designer was diligently working on planned assignments without any fuss or confusion. Nobody looked lost, and it was rare for any of the neural interface specialists to be doing any redundant work. This was not the picture that Vess expected to see from a design team led by a journeyman who had a history of insubordination and reckless experimentation. I am not incapable of learning from my mistakes, the dark-skinned Mech designer told a skeptical-looking Vess. I am cognizant of all of the chances that I have blown when I worked for previous employers. After joining your clan, I became truly taken in by the warmth and trust that I have received from you and your fellow Larkinsons. I have made the determination not to ruin my opportunity to work in the best possible place I can work with. I have even cut short my breaks and off days in order to meet your expectations. That caused Vess to look concerned. Don't work too hard on my account. I know people like us can easily get pulled into our work to the point where we neglect everything else around us, but I don't want you to maintain an unsustainable schedule. You are still human, Mr. Hempcamp. The other Mech designer dismissively shook his head. I understand my own limits well enough, sir. I am determined to show what I can do for the clan. It helps enormously that I get to run my schedule and manage my design team exactly the way I like. The main reason I fell out with my previous employers is because they constantly hindered or interfered with my work. I have not experienced any of these grievances from you and your wife up until this point. I want to thank you for the trust you have put into me by not only meeting your expectations, but exceeding them. A part of me also wants to prove my former employers wrong for dismissing me from their companies. Vess blinked, Was he such a great leader after all? From what it sounded like, Mr. Hemkamp sounded as if he was eager to put 120% of himself in his work. After asking a few more questions, Vess became reassured by the neural interface specialist's motivation and attitude. Of course, it was not a trivial matter to design new neural interfaces. Each new creation had to be tested out in reality, and that meant subjecting actual human Mech pilots to an untested and potentially dangerous product. Though Mr. Hemkamp promised to be careful and try his best to minimize accidents, Vess wanted to make sure that the man did not go rogue like he did in the past. I don't want you to stifle your creativity. I know what it is like for imaginative Mech designers, such as myself, to be compelled to rein in our work because of the need to abide by artificial limits. You can do anything you want as long as you abide by the ground rules that we have originally set. Actions have consequences, and you will only have yourself to blame if you walk too close to the river. Do you understand? Mr. Hemkamp nodded in understanding. I am clear about that, sir, but... Vess frowned. What is the matter, Cormont? I have become enormously inspired by your living Mechs. Ever since I joined your clan, I have been introduced to Mechs that are able to think and maybe even act by themselves on an entirely different level. I can't help but develop new ideas to take advantage of these new conditions. I have been working on developing a new kind of neural interface that might make it easier for Mech pilots to cooperate with living Mechs. Can you give me any details? I can, but you won't be able to understand my detailed theories without a deep foundation in neurology and man-machine interfacing technology. I can only tell you that I am doing my best to find a way to make a neural interface, forge a more profound connection with the living quality of a living Mech. I've become incredibly inspired by the design networks that you and your wife have created, and I think it may be possible to reproduce their advantages in conventional neural interfaces. That, indeed, sounded complicated. Okay, then let me change my question. How much of a risk does it pose to Mech pilots? Well, I cannot give you an accurate estimate of that, but it should not be low, Hemkamp admitted. Vess figured as much. He might not understand neural interface technology as well as a genuine specialist, but he still received an introduction into the field. Every lesson and every textbook he came in touch with repeatedly emphasized that developing new neural interfaces was no different from playing with the lives of Mech pilots. A good result might give customers a slight edge in combat, but a single mistake could take away their dreams and hopes. A neural interface developer must constantly question his work every step of the way. Seeing that Hemkamp was ready to dive headfirst into the unknown, Vess felt as if he was dealing with a potential time bomb. There was no way a Mech designer with so much passion would abandon such an interesting research project. Hemkamp would definitely work on trying to deepen the relation between living Mechs and neural interfaces, no matter the risk. All Vess could do was to increase supervision and hope that Hemkamp knew how to control himself. When you joined our clan, you pledged an oath. The most fundamental principle that you must abide by as a member of the clan is to never do harm to your fellow brothers and sisters. I remember, sir. It is not my intention to put my fellow clansmen in danger. The purpose of my work is to facilitate their jobs and help them utilize their Mechs to a better degree. I am trying to save their lives. Vess observed the other man closely and came away satisfied. As long as Hemkamp's heart was in the right place, the neural interface specialist should be able to exert enough control over himself. All right, I will hold you to that, Vess replied with a smile. I am quite interested in this potential new solution that you have mentioned. How do you expect this interaction to add anything to the piloting experience? After all, a standard neural interface can already establish a man-machine connection that runs quite deep. The Mech and Mech pilot are literally connected to each other. That is true, sir, but a normal man-machine connection is not as deep as most people think. We have enough technology to allow the integration between man and machine to go deeper, but we do not have the means to lower the risks to an acceptable degree. I believe the unique properties of living mechs can give us an alternative that enables deeper connections while also foregoing most of the dangers. Vess looked surprised. He knew just enough about neural interfaces to know how ludicrous this statement sounded. How would you do that? Won't a deeper connection inevitably increase the danger to the mech pilot? How can you avoid this from happening? This is where my theories get complicated. You see, if the living mech can serve as a partial stand-in for the pilot. Chapter 4407, Battlefield Stalker. In the end, Vess vaguely understood the gist of Mr. Hempcamp's theoretical model, but he had no idea at all how to accomplish it on a technological level. He had no choice but to trust the optimistic neural interface specialist's plan and hope it would work out. It might take years for Hempcamp to achieve a breakthrough in his research, but once he managed to get over the most difficult threshold, the results should definitely be promising. In contrast to Hempcamp's ambitious layout, Miles and Merrill did not embark on any wild ideas. The main reason for that was because they were still at the earliest stage of a journeyman mech designer. Although they had managed to formulate the initial forms of their design philosophies, they still had a long way to go before they could design mechs at a satisfactory level. Neither of us have any good design applications at the moment, Miles Tavar told Vess during a meeting. As far as my own specialty goes, Juliet is much better at designing flight systems and integrating them into mechs. While my own focus is different, it is impossible for me to outperform a mech designer that has advanced to journeyman a lot earlier. Juliet not only enjoyed a considerable head start, but also possessed considerably greater talent than Miles. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, the latter would never be able to close the gap. Miles was clever enough to understand this reality. Perhaps a more ambitious, confident, or unwilling individual would try to fight against this fate, but the former member of the Tavar family was an erudite rather than a brave. Meryl should have had a brighter future as she was younger. However, her low profile along with her lack of enterprising spirit meant that her progress shouldn't be too fast either. As Vess kept asking questions about their ideas and ambitions, he became disappointed by the lack of energy in their replies. It is understandable for the two of you to take a backseat and allow our more experienced mech designers to take the lead, but don't forget that you must pay attention to your own development. I don't want to raise any useless people in the design department. Miles felt the need to defend his position. We understand that, sir. We do not intend to stay back forever. It is just that the projects we are working on are too important to the clan. Our skills are not up to par. So many of our contributions will only drag down the quality and performance of our upcoming mech designs. I intend to spend a few years polishing my skills and learning from better mech designers, such as you, before I am willing to take on greater responsibilities. Vess furrowed his brows. What about you, Meryl? I intend to do the same, the woman softly replied. My learning needs are greater than average, so I must invest much more of my time on studying textbooks. Only when I have broadened and deepened my knowledge base can I begin to operate properly. He understood what she meant. Meryl O'Brien was the only rational mech designer in the design department. She possessed the rare ability to imitate other design philosophies, and she even demonstrated her progress in imitating Vess' work. Of course, her imitation works were still too shallow to be of use to the Larkinson clan, so she needed to invest a lot of time and effort to shore up this aspect. In addition to realizing her advantages as a rational mech designer, Meryl also had to work on her own design philosophy. Her focus on mechanical systems meant that she needed to spend a lot of time on studying advanced textbooks related to mechanics. On top of that, she had to design a lot of mechs with a focus on designing more efficient mechanical layouts. Meryl would have probably been able to keep pace with the likes of Cadiz or Juliet if she focused her available time and energy on just one of these pursuits. However, the fact that she chose to do double duty meant that her progress in both pursuits would inevitably proceed at a slower pace. If Meryl had an opportunity to advance to senior when she became 75 years old, then now she might not be able to achieve this breakthrough until she was 125 years old or higher. This was a massive gap in time, and would most definitely cause her to fall behind the majority of her peers in the Larkinson clan. Vess needed to remind himself that people like Miles and Meryl weren't bad at their jobs. Their rate of progression was fairly normal within the Mech industry. It wasn't always the case that those who broke through early and displayed brilliant talent were guaranteed to realize their design philosophies. There were too many stories about tortoises outspeeding hares. The main reason why the Mech industry tended to pay more attention to hares was because they were generally more promising, but that didn't mean that other Mech designers were all worthless. Vess could only wait in the long run to see whether Miles and Meryl would be able to succeed despite their slower pace. Their lifespans were finite, and they only had so many years to realize their ambitions. I hope the two of you will remain productive and don't neglect your assignments while you are working in the design department, he eventually said. Do you have any questions or encountered any issues in your projects? Miles raised his hand. Yes, I don't entirely feel comfortable working on the Ghost project. I can understand your intention of putting me under your wing and allowing me to leverage my specialty to a Mech that suits my work. But as I have mentioned earlier, I do not entirely feel competent enough to undertake this responsibility. My wife and I believe in you, Vess told the man. You have worked in our clan since the beginning. We know what you are capable of, and we possess a good understanding of your limits. The work assignments that we have prepared for you are supposed to be difficult, but not to the point of overwhelming you. I don't intend you to play a nominal role in this design project. I expect you to provide material help in finding the right low-profile flight system and integrate it properly into our upcoming expert stealth Mech. Miles did not look confident. Those are daunting tasks, sir. First, flight systems developed for stealth Mechs and at the expert Mech level no less are rare and difficult to understand. I am having a hard time communicating with the development companies that are familiar to our clan because of this reason. Second, I do not understand stealth technology well enough to understand what is needed to integrate a special flight system to a stealth Mech and ensure that it will not leak out any emissions when active. Neither of these problems should be insurmountable to you, Vess replied. The first issue that you have mentioned can be remedied easily enough by taking a crash course. If you can't find the necessary information in our extensive internal library, then come to me and I will obtain the necessary textbooks from an external channel. As for the second issue, there is no need for you to bear all of the burdens by yourself. I will be taking care of all of the stealth tech stuff. The main reason I want you to be involved is because you can provide material help in making it easier for the Ghost project to remain stealthy while moving quickly. One of the greatest challenges to designing the Ghost project, or any flight-capable stealth Mech for that matter, was to retain its invisibility while on the move. It was fairly easy for a stealth Mech or stealth vessel to sneak up to an enemy when it was coasting along in space on a ballistic course, but the situations in reality didn't always work out that way. There were many times where stealth Mechs needed to take a turn, navigate through a winding tunnel, or take a detour in order to avoid a closely monitored zone. This was where stealth Mech tended to slip up the most. Every Mech weighed a lot of tons. In order for such a large and heavy machine to navigate properly in space, they needed to be equipped with flight systems that were powerful enough to push them in different directions. This was not a trivial exertion. If a single human in a mobile spacesuit attempted to change the course of a drifting Mech by pushing against its frame, it would take a lot of time to gradually change the angle of flight of the machine. This was obviously impractical in the field, so stealth Mechs needed to exert far more power in order to maneuver in space. That was where the dilemma came into play. Every Mech designer working on a stealth Mech project had to make a difficult choice. The Mech designer could opt to prioritize stealth over mobility. The stealth mechs that followed this approach were excellent at infiltration, but were too slow to make enough contributions in battle. This was why there was also another category of stealth mechs that put a much greater emphasis on mobility. Such stealth mechs were much more practical in active battle situations, but their chances of infiltrating enemy positions outside of battle were too low since it was harder to blend into a calm environment. However, stealth mechs actually didn't need to hide themselves flawlessly when they operated on an active battlefield. No matter whether they fought in space or on land, a typical battlefield was filled with lots of messy emissions such as energy beams and jamming signals. As long as a stealth mech did not release any strong emissions that were obviously inconsistent with all of the background energies, it could readily sneak up to an enemy mech formation unnoticed and assassinate a key machine. Once the stealth mech had done the deed, it would probably expose its traces, but as long as it was able to maintain its stealth systems, it could quickly retreat and move to safety before its position was bombarded by a furious volley of counterattacks. Generally, stealth mechs either leaned in one or the other direction. There were many confident and ambitious mech designers that tried to have it both ways, but few of them truly succeeded. Most stealth mech designs that tried to take the middle approach ended up too mediocre to outperform competing products. Vess was not arrogant enough to believe a bunch of journeymen could break this paradigm. Given the needs of his clan, he had firmly decided to position the Ghost Project as a battlefield prowler. He wanted venerable Zimro Belson to become good at assassinating enemy expert mechs or equivalent opponents. This was why it was crucial to ensure that the Ghost Project scored well enough in terms of mobility. Most powerful enemies that the Ghost Project would be tasked with eliminating tended to be fast and powerful. It would be a dream for the Ghost Project to assassinate targets such as the Tensars if it could not even close the gap. Vess patted Miles' shoulder. "Don't give up before we have properly started. I am counting on you to do your part in turning the Ghost Project into a battlefield stalker. I am confident enough in my ability to make it stealthy enough, but I need your help in ensuring that it possesses the mobility to be at the right place at the right time." "I will try, sir." Chapter 44, 08 Gemini Family. Though Miles Tavar needed a little more hand-holding than Vess anticipated, it was not a big deal. The Ghost Project gradually entered the right track, as Vess and Miles regularly worked together to select and plan out the integration of numerous advanced mech systems. The role of advanced technology was indispensable for this design project, so Vess was willing to pay a lot of money and face water to obtain a cutting-edge stealth system and low-profile flight system from an advanced development company. "It is best if we purchase both of these key elements from the same developer," Miles told Vess. "That is because the developer can attune the flight system to the stealth system from the start. We will experience much greater design problems if we attempt to mix and match separate systems from different developers." "HM, you're right. Let us try and find the right combination from the right development company." The problem was that there weren't many development companies that were large and capable enough to support the development of advanced stealth systems. The market for these products was too small and limited, which meant that the price was inevitably high. Even if the Larkinson clan was willing to spend lavishly, Vess did not like getting ripped off, so he could only look beyond the limited offerings available in Davut. They eventually found a relatively good combination of mech systems when they shopped around at a major development company called Arcan and Bolt. Arcan and Bolt was a relatively major player in the tech development market and was based in the Magyar Middle Zone, which was far away from Davut to avoid any possible conflicts of interest. What Vess liked about Arcan and Bolt was that it had a lot of product lines and developed many different mech parts. The company was not only highly professional, but also accustomed to making its products work together. "Arcan and Bolt has a good reputation in the industry," Miles mentioned. There has never been a case where the secrets of its stealth systems has been leaked to the enemies of a client. That we know of, Vess emphasized. That may be true, but since Arcan and Bolt deliberately markets itself as a trustworthy company, it should not be willing to risk its credibility for short-term gains. The negotiations with Arcan and Bolt went well. The company was highly professional, so while there wasn't much room for changes, the terms were relatively fair and transparent. Soon enough, the Larkinson clan signed a contract where Arcan and Bolt would develop customized versions of its products for the Ghost Project. It was crucially important for the stealth system, developed for the Larkinson clan, to be unique from the ones provided to other customers of Arcan and Bolt. If the differences between all of these products weren't too big, then figuring out how to overcome the efforts of one of them would simultaneously unravel the others as well. The biggest downside was that Arcan and Bolt needed months of development time in order to prepare the customized products for the Ghost Project. This meant that Vess, Miles, and anyone else involved in the project could not make much substantial progress. Vess did not mind this problem, as he could easily shift his attention to other design projects. As he began to spend his time working on other upcoming Mechs, such as the Dullahan Project and the Eye Project, he suddenly received an interesting piece of news from Calabast. Normally, the two held regular meetings in order for Vess to remain up to date on any major developments related to intelligence. For Calabast to contact him out of the blue, and during a time where he was in the middle of a design session, no less was highly unusual. Vess pulled himself out of his design mentality before accepting the call. A projection of the spymaster appeared. Calabast was sitting behind her desk while Arnold rested on her lap. The woman pampered her pet as usual by massaging his back with her hand. "What's up, Calabast?" "We have stumbled upon an opportunity that may be of interest to us," Calabast answered as she immediately addressed the topic. One of the many pioneering fleets roaming the border region has discovered a secret alien asteroid base that has apparently existed for centuries, if not millennia. It is supposedly a thieves' den that has long provided safe harbor to smugglers and pirates. Letter FF46, letter 1D633, E letter 1D486, W letter 1D5F2, letter 1D41B, letter 1D4C3, letter 1D428, New ELC letter FF4F letter 1D628. Now this sounded interesting. "What race does this pirate station belong to?" Vess asked. "Is piracy even common among the indigenous aliens? What is the fighting power of this secret stronghold?" Calabast raised her palm to stop Vess from asking more questions. "I can't provide you with any detailed answers. The information that we have received is extremely limited. If we want to know more, then we need to join the upcoming raid on the pirate station." Vess frowned. "It sounds like there is a greater story behind this. Please start from the beginning." "Very well. This story started when a pioneering fleet belonging to a group called the Gemini family somehow discovered this hidden alien asteroid base. As an old and established pirate haunt, the indigenous aliens that operated it for a long time had done an excellent job at blending it in the middle of an immense asteroid belt. We do not know how the Gemini family succeeded in finding it when other pioneering fleets transiting through the star system presumably failed to detect any clues, but I digress. What is important is that the Geminis have found a juicy alien target that has not yet been spoiled. This was a massive find. These days, any region of space where humans had begun to explore on a wide scale turned into a disaster region. Entire continents became uprooted when greedy pioneers engaged in destructive mining. A lot of primitive aliens living on life-bearing planets were wiped out in totality so that the pioneers could earn MTA merits. With so many pioneers working to extract any possible source of easy profits from the border region, it was hard for a single cohesive alien force or stronghold to remain intact all this time. How the Geminis have managed to discover the alien pirate base is not important, Calabast told Vess. What we need to think about is what the Gemini family has done next. You see, after scouting the defenses of the alien base, the initial discoverers eventually found that their strength is not sufficient enough to defeat the defenders. The only way for them to launch a successful assault is to bring in other help. Lots of help. This is why the Geminis have discreetly contacted an unknown number of other pioneers that are close enough to take part in a combined assault. Vess understood what was going on now. The Gemini family wanted to swallow up the long-standing alien pirate base, but didn't have the numbers to succeed. The Geminis would have no doubt preferred to sit on the news and wait until it had grown strong enough to defeat the hidden pirate base. However, the longer the Gemini family refused to take action, the greater the chance that another pioneer might discover the alien asteroid base. At that point, the Gemini family might end up obtaining nothing as one of their rivals went ahead and launched a decisive attack. Speed was of the essence here. The Geminis probably didn't have the time to slowly form a united coalition of different pioneering groups, so they could only contact strangers who were in the vicinity in order to quickly gather a respectable attack force. Vess grew suspicious. We have never had any contact with this Gemini family as far as I'm aware of. Do we have any existing relations with this group? No, Calabast replied with certainty. The Gemini family is a pioneering group that originally came from the galactic heartland. Once the Geminis entered the Red Ocean, they moved to the Krakatoa Middle Zone and colonized the Hoster system. The new colony is situated well away from Davut and Karlach, so it hasn't fallen into their spheres of influence. I see. While that sounds reassuring enough, please look into the Gemini family further to make sure they do not have any reasons for taking us down. Our agents are already on it. We will be able to provide you with a more extensive intelligence report on the Gemini family by the end of the day, Calabast promised. Can you tell me what the Gemini family is like? What kind of people are we dealing with here? Are they aggressive in nature? This time, the spymaster hesitated. It looked as if she had difficulty in formulating her words. Vess narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? There is one important aspect about the Gemini family that you need to know. This ancient and traditional family maintains an unusual cultural custom that has evoked a great amount of disgust and rejection in many people. There are a lot of weird and eccentric groups in human space. If man-hating people like the Hexers are able to build a state, then it should be easy for all kinds of other cultures to take root. That is true, but this case is different from that of the Hexers. No matter what you can say about them, the Hexers at least maintain a semblance of traditional marriage norms. The Geminis, on the other hand, have entirely subverted it so that they can put their own notions into practice. Don't tease me, Calabast. Say it already. What is wrong with this bunch of people? The spymaster no longer dragged it out. The Gemini family maintains a universal custom of marrying brothers to sisters. Every adult member of this family is married to a sibling. I see what you mean. Humanity had come a long way since the days they were hunting mammoths and gathering berries to feed their bellies. Even back then, the ancient cavemen knew better than to marry close relatives together. Over the ages, humanity not only exploded in population, but also became more sophisticated as a race. The practice of incest should have long been swept into the dustbin of history. What the Gemini family did sounded nothing less than regression. I don't understand, Vess said. How are the Geminis able to maintain this practice without degenerating into a collection of inbred idiots? Does every member of the family play along with this unnatural custom? It's not as dangerous as it looks if you think about it, Vess. You see, the Gemini family consists entirely of designer babies. Every addition to the family is planned instead of left to chance. When a mother births a pair of twins, the offspring are both designer babies formed out of a combination of genes that minimize or rule out the possibility of genetic defects. In this way, the Gemini family has been able to survive and even thrive for many generations while remaining remarkably united. That sounds absurd. Only a crazy person would come up with such a disgusting approach to family planning. Calabast did not look as judgmental. Your response is normal, but it isn't necessarily warranted. After all, the traditional objection to marrying brothers to sisters is that the children and grandchildren will become physically less fit. In genetics, inbreeding problems are produced by the ailments that have formed from the expression of recessive genes. There used to be no way to prevent this from happening, but human technology has developed so much that we can precisely understand the effects of individual genes and alter them to our liking. Inbreeding is not a problem anymore. Technically, this was true. In an age where people like Vess could order a designer baby, where a team of geneticists could precisely program a baby's eye color or cognitive talents, it was trivial to prevent adverse recessive genes from emerging. What this meant in practice was that any siblings, not just the Geminis, could marry each other and produce offspring without any worries. Vess began to imagine what it would be like if Gloriana and Brutus, or Aurelian and Marvane married each and started having kids. He shuddered at the images produced by his imagination. Biotechnology or not, the family customs of the Gemini family was just too unnatural. Chapter 4409, Unorthodox Family Planning. "You're not pulling another prank on me, are you?" Vess suspiciously asked. "Please tell me that the Gemini family doesn't exist. Please tell me that there isn't an entire group out there where brothers and sisters happily form new couples while producing twin siblings that grow up to form the next generation of couples." Calabast chuckled as she kept stroking Arnold's back. "I am being serious, Vess. You can look it up on the galactic net if you need confirmation. Humanity is incredibly diverse, and space is big enough to offer room for all kinds of peoples and ideologies. I can tell you that the Gemini family is not the only organization that has institutionalized inbreeding. As I have already said, technology has broken down the rationale for many taboos a long time ago. The main reason why most humans still cling on to them is because society is lagging behind. Letter FF46, letter 1D633, E letter 1D486, W letter 1D5F2, letter 1D41B, letter 1D4C3, letter 1D428, new ELC letter FF4F, letter 1D62E. Though her initial reaction to the Gemini family was not that much better, her training and her experiences quickly allowed her to move past her instinctive feelings of disgust and rejection. Vess apparently had more trouble with trying to adapt to this strange family custom. There was still a significant difference between making it feasible for close relatives to produce viable children and turning it into an acceptable social practice. In the end, Vess let out a deep sigh and decided to adopt a tolerant attitude towards it. He was already accustomed to doing so with loathsome groups like the Hexers or difficult personalities. His attitude towards different cultures had always been to ignore any detrimental aspects. He would rather focus on the points that could produce a basis of cooperation. This had always worked out well for him. Over the years, much of his success was due to how he managed to bind different individuals and groups together. From securing the loyalty of alien design spirits that had little in common with humans to obtaining the loyalty of weird and different outfits such as the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters, Vess had definitely become good at forming heterogeneous relationships. There was no reason why Vess should make an exception for the Gemini family. Clearly it was doing well if it was powerful enough to colonize its own planet in the new frontier. As long as Vess aside the messy cultural differences and kept his focus on economic interests, there shouldn't be a problem to find common ground with the Gemini family. Do you know how many pioneers the Geminis have invited to their party? No, but I do not believe there will be too many participants, Calabast replied. The Gemini family cannot control the situation if there are too many strongmen in one location. Do you know whether the Geminis contacted us for a specific reason, or did they just send out invitations to any pioneers that are in the vicinity? The Gemini family has invited our entire alliance to take part in a raid because we are close, and because we possess enough strength, as we have abundantly demonstrated during the Battle of Pima Prime. The demand for strong Mech forces is an important indication about the opposition that the Geminis expect to face. While we presume that the alien asteroid base is situated on the Krakatoa side of the border, don't forget that the Zelmer Upper Zone is right next door. The main areas of activity of the alien pirate forces should have been the trade routes utilized by the major alien races. Vess sat up straighter in his chair. Wait, what? Are you telling me these pirates are strong enough that they dare to attack first-class alien fleets? Trade ships, Vess. While we have not obtained any details about the pirate forces rooted in this asteroid base, there is still an enormous difference between attacking a cargo ship and attacking a military warship or equivalent vessel. Besides, the division between classes is an artificial human construct. The indigenous aliens aren't as rigid, so it is not unusual for second-class ships to mix together with first-class ships. That did not reassure Vess so much. I hope that the Gemini family and whoever else is willing to take part in this operation will first try to scout and determine the actual strength of these alien pirate forces. I may be reckless at times, but even I know better than to launch a blind raid on an enemy stronghold that has a history of challenging strong opponents. You can ask all of those questions to the Geminis if our alliance agrees to take part in this operation. They would not have invited us to join the raid or even think about attacking the asteroid base themselves if the alien opposition is too insurmountable. From what we can gather, the alien warships and defenses may be strong enough to require the intervention of ace mechs, but it shouldn't require too many of them. It is important to note that the Gemini family is also capable of fielding ace mechs. The Geminis have multiple ace pilots. Calabast grinned. They do. The Gemini Saints are one of the most remarkable pairs of ace pilots in human space. Vess already had a bad feeling about this. You mean? Saint Sandro Gemini is the twin brother of Saint Kaya Gemini. Simultaneously, Saint Sandro is also married to Saint Kaya. Both of them have produced multiple pairs of twins who have subsequently married each other and produced children themselves. The Gemini Saints are currently great-grandparents at this time. Imagine the amount of twin couples that they have spawned over their 150 years of life. Calabast spoke those words as if she took pleasure in inducing discomfort in Vess. To be honest, Vess almost felt sick after hearing how extensively the Gemini family practiced its unorthodox style of family planning. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to study the Gemini family tree. At least they don't have a habit of marrying their parents to their children or something, right? You don't have to worry about that particular cultural custom, the spy master reassured him. The Geminis care about families more than most. They would never distort marriage to such a degree. It goes against their ideology. That sounded extremely weird considering that the Geminis have no problem turning twin siblings into married couples. But oh well. Vess tried to do his best to push all of this strange, but ultimately not so relevant marriage customs aside and focused on more important information. If the Gemini family has two ace mechs at its disposal, will both of them be deployed in battle? That is likely the case, Calabast said. We have collected enough intelligence to know that the Gemini pioneering fleet is accompanied by the both of Gemini Saints. In fact, Saint Sandra Gemini and Saint Kaya Gemini are never too far apart. They have grown up together from the moment their embryos have been planted in the womb of their mother, and they fought every battle as a destiny team. Destiny team, Vess questioned as he sensed an unusual meaning in this phrase. That is what they call the rare but incredibly symbolic pairing between a twin brother and sister that have both become Mech pilots. This is quite a rare occurrence within the Gemini family, as the chances of both twins developing the right genetic aptitudes are fairly small. It was like trying to win the lottery twice. Winning once was already remarkable enough, but winning it again was a lot more improbable. While the Gemini family might have tried their best to treat their twins as equally as possible, there were so many variables that determined the development of genetic aptitudes that even identical twins were not guaranteed to become potentates at the same time. I take it that there aren't a lot of destiny couples within the Gemini family. Calabast nodded. That is correct, but each one is precious beyond belief. They enjoy a high status among the Geminis, and they are known to be a lot more effective in battle. Each destiny couple has developed excellent teamwork and can cover each other in a battle to a near-perfect degree. Compared to the Tensars that we fought against in the previous battle, the teamwork that the destiny couples are capable of are on another level. It was not difficult for Vess to believe in this claim. He could not imagine how close an emotional and maybe spiritual bond these twin pairings had developed after living intimately alongside each other for so many years. What about the Gemini Saints? They are the apex of what destiny couples can produce, the leader of the Black Cats said. Saint Sandro and Saint Kaya have fought together in numerous battles over the past century. They not only managed to survive these difficulties together, but advanced to the rank of expert pilot and ace pilot in lockstep. Their story is quite remarkable and makes for good reading material so long as you can overcome the fact that they are an incestuous couple. I am sure their biography has become a bestseller, Vess mildly said. That's an understatement. He had actually grown extremely interested in meeting the Gemini family and observing their couples up close. His intuition told him that their unorthodox family planning may have produced wonderful effects that were deeper and more profound than was visible on the surface. After a bit of thought, he decided that it might be worthwhile to explore this invitation. He clasped his fingers together. Let me just say that I am open to cooperating with the Geminis. I'm not sure whether the Glory Seekers are willing to go along with this surprise offer, but I bet the Cross clan will strongly be in favor of taking part in this operation. Patriarch Reginald Cross is spoiling for another fight, and it will be extremely interesting for him to fight alongside several other friendly ace mechs. Our clan is still waiting for a response from our allies, but I do not think it will be long before we can issue a reply to the Gemini family. We currently do not have enough details to determine whether it is safe enough for us to attack the alien asteroid base, so the Geminis must provide us with more information before we can think about committing to this attack. If the Geminis are smart enough, they will not leave us in suspension. The deployment of not just one, but multiple pioneering fleets protected by ace mechs was a massive endeavor. An enormous fight would ensue at an intensity that might exceed that of the Battle of Pima Prime. While the amount of mechs involved may be a lot less, the weight of firepower and the amount of heavy combat assets may be far greater. In the face of a fight between ace mechs and alien warships, ordinary mechs would probably be relegated to cannon fodder. While mechs could still play a lot of useful roles in a possible assault against an alien asteroid base, quantity alone was not sufficient to carry a fight. Only warships or assets equivalent to them could play the leading role in such an engagement. If the Larkinson clan received this offer a month before, then Vess would not have been inclined to accept it. The lack of heavy firepower was a severe shortcoming, and battle formations alone were not enough to deal against warships, especially when distance was a big issue. Fortunately, his clan had received an upgrade. The instrument of doom should come in handy, Vess grinned. It was the perfect siege weapon. It had been able to penetrate through 16 relatively small asteroids in a row during its initial test. Whatever asteroid base the alien pirates were hiding in was probably a lot bigger and denser. It would most definitely be reinforced by all kinds of thick alloy plating, and may even be covered by transphasic energy shields or similar. Even so, as long as the instrument of doom struck hard and often enough, any formidable defensive measures would crumble against the Phase King's might. Chapter 44, 10 Power Dynamics. The leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance held a short meeting in order to discuss the matter of responding to the Gemini family's invitation. Vess, Marshal Ariadne Wadden, and Master Benedict Cortez held a quick virtual meeting to discuss their stance on the matter. Properly speaking, Patriarch Reginald Cross should be the person attending this meeting on behalf of his clan, but the ace pilot had become more aloof towards any chores he considered mundane. He found it much better and more convenient to push forth a proper thinker, such as Master Benedict, to handle the more administrative and political affairs. That was probably one of the smarter decisions that Patriarch Reginald had made. The three leaders immediately went to business as soon as they entered the virtual conference room. Each of them already spent a bit of time on learning more about the Gemini family. Their understanding of this successful pioneering group might not be as thorough as they liked, but they learned enough to make a preliminary judgment. "The offer should be sincere," Master Benedict began. "We judge that this offer is unlikely to be a trap, simply because the Gemini saints would never allow for such duplicity. All of the sources that we have references so far have painted them in an upright and honorable light. The Gemini family has also maintained a relatively clean track record. Their greatest strength is their focus towards family, though some might argue that it is their greatest weakness as well." That was an understatement. The Gemini family resembled a warped version of the Larkinson clan. Vess saw many parallels of his own clan in that of this twisted family. Both groups were quirky and eccentric. Both groups preferred to remain independent. Both groups tried to uphold a good reputation. Both groups valued honor and integrity. Both groups put a great emphasis on developing their Mech pilots. Yet for all of their similarities, they were nothing alike in many other matters. For example, the Larkinson clan was primarily oriented towards Mech design and selling Mechs. The Gemini family followed a more traditional route and invested much of its resources into building up a planetary colony, though it also happened to do well in the biotech industry. It did not surprise anyone that the Gemini family actually ran a highly successful human genetics company. Although the Gemini family was ultimately not the same as the Larkinson family, Vess could still take advantage of the many similarities to read the other pioneering group. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. It is clear that the Gemini family really wants to break open and plunder the alien asteroid base. There has to be enough spoils in there to make it worthwhile to assault defenses that are strong enough to be able to repel two ace Mechs. While I am sure that the Geminis will attempt to form a profit-sharing agreement with the pioneering groups that have accepted their invitation, I can't help but feel there may be a tricky angle to this operation. Marshal Ariadne Wadden did not view the Gemini family in a good light. I also have my suspicions about the Geminis. They are unlikely to plot against us, but they will not have as much scruples in trying to exploit us. Given the opposition that we might face, there is a great chance that we will suffer considerably more damage than we can make up with our share of spoils. We need to ask for assurances that we will eventually be better off than we were before, and even then there is still a chance that the Geminis may have hidden a greater secret. Though the leader of the Glory Seekers utilized reasonable words, Vess could tell that the woman did not bother to hide her inward disgust at the Gemini family. Hexers and Geminis possessed radically different views about family. The two groups would probably not be able to get along well if they were put together in the same room. Fortunately, a bit of the Larkinson clan had rubbed off on the Glory Seekers, so Marshal Ariadne was able to exert enough control over herself to be open to the idea of cooperation. Clinging too hard to morality and ideology had a tendency to get people killed in a place like the Red Ocean. Only power and interests could help the pioneers survive this unforgiving early period. I think it is best to remind ourselves that we are not obliged to help the Gemini family raid this supposed alien pirate den, Master Benedict astutely said. There are far more opportunities to plunder alien riches in other star systems and regions, and we don't necessarily have to share in order to do so. Working together alongside powerful strangers introduces many complications that we may not be ready to handle. Vess looked intrigued. Does that mean your cross-clan is disinclined to explore the Gemini family's offer? The master Mech designer looked resigned. If I had a choice, then I would have voted to stay our course and follow our original plan. Patriarch Reginald has other ideas. Since Patriarch Reginald possessed the biggest fist in the Golden Skull Alliance, it was extremely difficult for anyone to go against his wishes. Everyone in the virtual conference room exchanged knowing glances. They all knew that if the only ace pilot of the expeditionary fleet was dead set on fighting alongside the Gemini Saints, there was little they could do to change his course. It was best if the Golden Skull Alliance could obtain additional concessions from the Gemini family in exchange for providing muscle for this major operation. To be honest, I am not that opposed to teaming up with the Geminis, but it has to be worth it, Vess decisively said. I have many concerns about this raid, one of which is how every participant is supposed to split the spoils. Although I don't think we may get betrayed, I am acutely aware that if we have won the battle, it will be relatively easier for other participating pioneering groups to bully us into accepting the less desirable spoils. If we want to ensure that we won't suffer any setbacks during this crucial time, then we better hope that our possible teammates will be manageable. Marshal Ariadne snorted. Hope is fleeting when you consider the Gemini family has 2 ace Mechs at its disposal. Not only that, but the Gemini Saints have literally grown up and become stronger together. Their teamwork should be so impeccably good that their synergy must have reached an unspeakable height. Fighting against the 2 of them may have the same effect as fighting against 3 more ordinary ace Mechs. This is most definitely their greatest source of leverage, and their primary means to keep the rest of us in line. The power dynamic of the coalition that the Gemini family attempted to build was an important source of uncertainty. The Golden Skull Alliance had little idea on what sort of combined force the Geminis wanted to gather for their upcoming operation. All sorts of mixed groups could gather together in a single place. The Geminis would have their hands full in trying to prevent quarrels and make sure that everyone performed earnestly on the battlefield. Vess did not really look forward to combining forces with not-so-trustworthy pioneering groups. At least the parties he was familiar with, such as the Cross Clan, and the Hexers had proven themselves worthy of trust after fighting alongside his clan during many difficult battles. The bond they forged during these trying times went beyond transactions and moved into genuine friendship territory. There was no way to forge anything close to such an intimate bond after meeting a bunch of strangers for the first time. It was already a certainty that the other invited pioneers would bring their own ace pilots as well, or else they simply wouldn't be worth much in an offensive operation of this scope. The 3 leaders continued to exchange their thoughts and explore each other's willingness to go along with the Gemini family. I'm open to participating in it as long as the price is right, Vess announced. Marshal Ariadne Wadden sighed. Our glory seekers are not greedy for alien treasures, but we will accompany you and Madame Gloriana everywhere you go. If you believe this operation is of benefit to you, then we will be there to protect you against the dangers that your own clansmen cannot handle themselves. As for Master Benedict, his answer had already been set before this meeting had even started. Patriarch Reginald is not an ace pilot that is content with hiding his edge. He thinks that long-term stagnancy will only dull it instead. As long as the Gemini family's operation is not a trap or a deliberate attempt to damage our interests, Reginald will not want to miss the opportunity to fight alongside his peers. Now that they set the stance of the Golden Skull Alliance, Vess pulled out of the virtual setting and transmitted a message to Minister Sheddarin Purnus to proceed with opening up a dialogue with the Gemini family. Jobs like these were best left to the professionals, and Sheddarin Purnus was by far the most qualified diplomat in the entire Golden Skull Alliance. It did not surprise Vess that the talks proceeded at a rapid pace. Minister Sheddarin apparently only needed less than 2 hours to form a preliminary agreement with his Gemini counterpart. As Vess puzzled over the design of the Dullahan project, he was interrupted by another priority call. "So what do you have, Sheddarin?" "The Gemini family has been fairly accommodating to our needs," Sheddarin immediately reported. "While we have yet to obtain too many details about the target the Geminis intend to hit, they have been much more forthcoming about providing the assurances that we have requested." That sounded hopeful. Vess looked intrigued. "You've talked with the Geminis for a while. What is your overall impression of them? What is their attitude towards us? Do they see us as expendable mercenaries, or do they value our strength?" These were difficult questions to answer given that Minister Sheddarin only established limited contact with the Gemini family. The older man had to take a moment to collect his thoughts. "I cannot say this with any certainty, but my impression of the other party is that we may be able to play an important part in their battle plan. The discussion we held leads me to believe that the Geminis have studied our public battle footage extensively and have taken notice of the lethality of our battle formations." It did not take much guessing what the Geminis wanted from the Larkinson clan. They want us to employ our infamous death battle formations to bypass the defenses of a heavily fortified asteroid base and snuff out all alien life huddling inside. Is that correct? That is my judgment as well, sir. They also wish to borrow the firepower of an incredibly destructive ace hybrid Mech in the form of the Mars. The Gemini family has already confirmed to us that the alien pirate base is home to many warships, although most of them are fairly small and not as intimidating as they sound. The Mars, with its Arceus system, is well suited to cripple or break open the defenses of the weaker warships in quick succession. This was exactly the kind of stage where the Mars could perform at its peak. The Ace hybrid Mech possessed the firepower to pummel warships and the mobility to take advantage of the cover of nearby asteroids. Do the alien defenders also make use of small craft that are more appropriate for ordinary Mechs to fight against? Vess asked. That depends on the composition of alien races and groups, Sheddarin replied. There are aliens that make use of them, and they are likely more prevalent among pirate fleets due to their lower costs and logistical requirements. Our Mechs will have plenty to do if we decide to take part in this operation. Vess had always been curious to see how his Mechs fared against alien small craft. Such a confrontation would represent a true clash of civilizations. Chapter 44, 11 Disapproval. After the Golden Skull Alliance and the Gemini family managed to hit it off to an extent, the former agreed to travel to the location of the latter. Fortunately, the distance was manageable, and it would only take around a week to arrive in the same star system. Other groups that had expressed enough interest in working together with the Gemini family were on their way as well. The representative of the Geminis had already informed the Larkinsons that at least 4 other pioneering fleets had answered the call. More may join the party as well, but it became increasingly less likely that the Geminis would accept any further invitations after enough time had passed. The family that started this initiative did not wish to stall for too long. The more time passed by, the greater the chances that third parties might come and interfere. The Geminis had already shown a lot of patience by waiting long enough for the invitees to rendezvous at their position. When Gloriana received word that the expeditionary fleet was about to take part in another massive raid operation, she did not hold back her concerns. "Are you crazy, Vess?" She confronted him with a hiss while their children were sitting on the deck while playing with their new toys. "We already suffered substantial losses in a battle that we had concluded only a few months earlier. What makes you think we are ready to fight against even stronger opponents?" Vess did not look concerned. He waved his hand as if to dismiss her fears. "The Gemini family wouldn't have the guts to organize a coalition fleet if our chances of beating the alien defenses are too slim. Besides, we can always cut and run if the situation is beginning to look wrong. Our black cats are working hard to collect more intelligence and we will constantly keep our guard up. We should at least meet with the Geminis and sound them out before we make our final judgment." "The Gemini family can't be trusted," Gloriana exclaimed. Her raised voice attracted the attention of their children. "Their ideas about families and marriage are horrifying. Sisters should never be compelled to marry their brothers, especially when they are twins." For the Gemini family to force this upon their offspring not once, but throughout its whole organization, is a sign that it is completely rotten from top to bottom. I wouldn't trust a single promise from their inbred mouths. Vess grew annoyed. "You are judging a book by its cover, honey. Have you ever met or talked to the Geminis yet? I do not want you to malign our potential allies for a potentially lucrative offensive operation before we have met them properly. You are letting your biases and prejudices get the better of your logic. There are solid benefits to cooperating with the Geminis, and I do not want you to spoil this opportunity because you are too intolerant to accept their exotic cultural practices." His wife let out a breath in exasperation. "Don't you know how disgusting that is? You are actually thinking about fighting alongside incestual perverts. Look, I don't care what they do in the bedroom, but I do not want any of the Geminis to get close to our clan and begin infecting our children with their unnatural views." "What's wrong, Mama?" Aurelia innocently asked. Gloriana quickly turned and directed a loving smile at her daughter. "Nothing is wrong, my dear. Your dum-dum of a father is just thinking about befriending the wrong crowd. There are many awful people in human space that you should never meet, and the Gemini family is one of them. The people of this family are not like us at all. They aren't even human, to be honest. They are all unnatural spawn that need to be fed into the incinerator wholesale." While Vess did not exactly feel comfortable with the Gemini family either, he did not want his wife to spew poison into the minds of their children. "You are going too far, Gloriana. You may avoid the Geminis if you don't like their practices, but don't make enemies with them just because their culture offends your sensibilities. You don't hear me talking about how much I dislike the Hexers to the point where I want to kill off all of the women who think that men should be driven to extinction. In my eyes, Hexers and Geminis are not that different. They are both pariah groups that cling to their own separate cultures. The Hexers are nothing like the Geminis. You are slandering my mother and all of my relatives with your unwarranted comparison." "Calm down, Gloriana. What did I tell you about raising your voice in front of our children?" As the couple continued to argue against each other, they seemed to have forgotten the fact that their son and daughters had long stopped paying attention to their toys. "Mama and Papa are shouting again," Andrast whispered as she dropped her Dark Witch Prestige Edition Mech figurine. "It will be fine," Aurelia said as she took on the role of the responsible big sister. "Mama and Papa always argue against each other. They always make up with each other after they have nothing left to shout. They will stop sooner if we start to cry or ask fussy." "Let's do that then, sister." Aurelia raised her arm to keep Andrast down. "No, don't." "Why not?" Aurelia kept observing her parents with unusually insightful eyes. "Because sometimes our mother and father need to vent at each other. It is not good for them to bottle up their frustrations and defer their outbursts." Both of her younger siblings looked confused. "I don't want this," Marvane whined. "My friends tell me that their mamas and papas never fight like this. Why are ours different?" "They are different because they are strong. If you want to become as strong as Papa in the future, then you need to shout as loudly as him, little brother." "Oh." The children eventually tired of the ongoing shouting match and decided to move to one of their bedrooms so that they could jump onto a bed and play with their other toys. Just as the oldest daughter predicted, Vess and Gloriana eventually ran out of words to say. Neither of them were demented enough to repeat their earlier arguments. They were Mech designers after all. They were too smart to waste their time on such an unproductive activity. They would rather spend their time working on their Mech design projects. "Okay, Vess." Gloriana placed her hands on her hips. "Since I can't dissuade you and the rest from reconsidering your decision to work with the Gemini family, Then I at least want you to limit our cooperation with this group as much as possible. We have better things to do than to hold a cultural exchange with people who marry their own siblings and have children who they have already decided to form family units of their own. I will not accept any attempt to import their detestable views on family to our clan." Vess held her shoulders and looked into her eyes. "That won't happen. I can promise you that. None of our clansmen are crazy enough to think that the Geminis are worth imitating, and I have no desire to replicate their customs. We have our own principles. You should have more confidence in our own way of life. Our clan might not be as old as the Gemini family, but our values are just as strong. Isn't that right, Goldie?" "Nyesa." The golden cat materialized in the air and exuded a warm glow that was quintessentially Larkinson. Vess plucked the adorable ancestral spirit from the air and massaged her chin and cheeks. "Goldie is the guardian of our culture and our way of life," he explained to his wife. "She plays an extensive role in our clan and can do more than you think. Our glowing kitty over here is our best guardian against any influences that desire to corrupt our clansmen. I don't think the Geminis will proactively attempt to convert us to their ways, but even if they do, it will never work." Showing off Goldie was the right move. His wife calmed down and became a lot more reassured as she felt the power and the reassuring nature of the heart of the Larkinson network. When Vess originally came up with the golden cat, he infused it with all of his ideals related to family and her spiritual makeup. The implications of this move were far-reaching. The rate of people in the Larkinson clan that got married and started having kids was considerably higher than average. Goldie could therefore be regarded as an instrument that encouraged the Larkinsons to follow the way of life that Vess had originally prescribed. This was not entirely fixed, though. Goldie, like other spiritual entities, possessed the capacity to grow and change over time. Though she still looked as slender and adorable as ever, she had not only grown stronger since her birth, but she had also become a lot smarter and wiser. Even Vess didn't know how clever she was, or what kind of ambitions she had developed during this time. However, Vess always believed that Goldie would continue to do what was best for him and the Larkinsons. After Goldie received enough pets, she flipped her tail and removed her manifestation. What could Gloriana say against all of this? It was impossible for her to argue against the spirit that not only represented the Larkinsons, but also bound them all together. "I will be keeping my eye on the Geminis, Vess. I will be there the moment they step out of line." "That won't happen, honey." The expeditionary fleet continued on its journey until they finally arrived in another obscure star system that didn't even have a proper name. The local red dwarf star was so weak and unimpressive that there was only a single terrestrial planet in orbit. 3 different fleets were already present in the star system. The biggest one in the center most definitely belonged to the Gemini family. Their iconic purple and blue color scheme echoed the duality of many of their couples. 2 other fleets had arrived earlier from different directions and were already making their way to the orbit of the Sol planet in the star system. The Larkinsons already managed to identify them. One of the fleets belonged to the Adelaide Mercenary Company. The Adelaides initially made their fortune in the mercenary sector, but had long outgrown their humble beginnings as soldiers of fortune. They still kept their original name and continued to engage in the mercenary business to a limited degree. But with an ace pilot in their ranks, they had also become involved in other activities. From what Vess had learned, the Adelaide Mercenary Company was all right, he supposed. Mercenaries were never completely clean, but this particular group was considerably more upright than usual. If they weren't, it would have been a lot less likely for them to produce an ace pilot from their own ranks. The other fleet belonged to a formidable research institution called the Lyra Institution. The Lyra Foundation was a behemoth. Its primary focus laid in research and development, with a particular emphasis on robotics, automation, and heavy-duty industrial machinery. While the Lyra Foundation was strong to build up multiple powerful Mech forces, most of them were assigned to protect the powerful group's many assets. The Lyra Expeditionary Fleet was the exception. It was tasked with exploring the Red Ocean to collect interesting samples and data that could further the main Foundation's extensive research activities. In other words, the Lyra fleet that accepted the Gemini family's invitation only represented a fraction of the parent group's total strength. These guys are a bit of a mixed bag, Vess ultimately judged. Mercenaries and research assistants did not sound like the kind of warriors that Vess would like to fight by his side, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Since both pioneering groups were good enough to produce ace pilots within their ranks, then their combat approaches shouldn't be too bad. Let's see how trustworthy they are when I can meet them in reality. Chapter 44, 12 Twin Refuge. It took a bit of time for the remaining 2 invited pioneering fleets to arrive in the star system, where the Gemini family held court. Each of the 4 fleets parked well away from each other. They clearly did not trust each other well enough to move close enough to give the ace mechs hailing from the other parties to launch any surprise attacks. In order to make sure that an ace mech did not secretly try to take them by surprise, every fleet deployed an extensive sensor and scouting network that monitored the surrounding spaces for unusual warp travel activity. The chances that any one of the gathered groups would go on the attack against each other was slim, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The Gemini family soon requested every group to send over representatives to discuss their proposed cooperation in person. The Golden Skull Alliance dispatched Vess, Marshal Ariadne Wadden, and Master Benedict Cortez, among other people. Patriarch Reginald Cross initially wanted to come as well, but he played an essential role in protecting the expeditionary fleet. Now that so many ace pilots had gathered in a single star system, it became more important than ever for these powerful warriors to guard against each other. Besides, the Geminis may be eager to cooperate with their guests, but they weren't stupid enough to allow a powerful ace mech to approach their fleet, especially at this early stage. The ace pilots of all of the groups would have to wait a while longer before they could meet together. The shuttles and escort mech approaching the Gemini fleet were heading towards the flagship situated in the center. "What an unusual design," Vess said in an admiring tone. "These Geminis truly love to double everything up. The Twin Refuge looks as if a ship designer has mashed one fleet carrier hull against another identical hull." The result was a broad capital ship that vaguely resembled a double-barreled gun. Though the Twin Refuge was a lot slower and more massive than many other fleet carriers, she was able to hold 1,500 mechs in total. This was an impressive capacity that even made Vess envious for a while. There aren't a lot of shipyards in the Red Ocean that are able and willing to construct hulls as large as this. Vess sighed as he stroked Lucky's back. "I can't imagine how much it cost the Gemini family to commission such a large and massive fleet carrier." "Meow," Lucky helpfully replied as he closed his eyes. It did not take long for the delegations to arrive next to the Twin Refuge. An extensive series of security procedures needed to happen first before the Geminis allowed the guests to come on board their flagship. All of this was routine and agreed upon beforehand, so Vess and everyone else patiently waited for the Geminis to clear them and pass them through. To be honest, all of these precautions were a bit overdone. None of the arrivals were insane enough to mess with a fleet that was guarded by 2 overprotective ace pilots. Vess could already feel their overpowering presences from several kilometers away. Even though the famed or infamous Gemini saints were not in the cockpits of their ace mechs, their saint kingdoms still existed and formed a shell around their bodies. They were just a lot weaker due to the lack of amplification from a compatible ace mech. That doesn't mean they are ineffective, though. A domain field can still produce unnatural phenomena even if the ace pilot is away from an ace mech. What kind of changes they could make to reality heavily depended on the nature of the pilot in question. Patriarch Reginald, for example, found it a lot easier to dominate the minds of strangers and command them to agree to all sorts of unfavorable concessions. Vess couldn't exactly determine what the Gemini saints could do, but he could already get a glimpse of their domains from this distance. He concentrated his mind and tried his best to get a sense of the two most powerful individuals in the Gemini family. Well, I already suspected that they would be this close, but I never realized it could go this far. Vess had already speculated that unusual family practices of the Gemini family inevitably caused the twins who grew up and eventually married each other to develop a bond that was far closer and much more extensive than ordinary couples. If one or both of the individuals in question happened to be spiritually active, then there was a great chance that they would unconsciously form a weak spiritual bond that faintly allowed them to understand the conditions of their significant others. Of course, most people never realized what happened because they couldn't properly see, sense, or develop this remarkable bond. The Gemini saints were different. Not only were they far closer to each other than the vast majority of other couples in human space, they were also extraordinarily powerful enough to actively strengthen their spiritual connection into a strong and unbreakable bond. This not only allowed them to deeply understand their partner's condition at any time, but Vess speculated that they may also be able to share each other's strengths. Vess was reminded by the way that Commander Kaisela Ingvar was able to lend her strength to her brother Iman Ingvar. It was highly probable that Saint Sandro Gemini and Saint Kaya Gemini could not only lend their resources to each other, but perhaps they may have taken their cooperation a step further. Vess had the feeling that both intimate ace pilots had invented methods that enabled them to display exceptional forms of synergy with each other. Even when they were at rest, the powerful willpower of the Gemini saints passively attracted each other. They harmonized and synergized with each other in patterns that were frankly beautiful to him. He had never witnessed such a deep and total trust and familiarity in any other group of people. His imagination momentarily went wild as he began to come up with all kinds of powerful spiritual applications that could take advantage of this powerful twin bond. The Gemini family is probably filled with pairings that have developed similar bonds. I can probably draw out the potential of their Mech pilots as long as I design the right Mechs. Vess just knew in his heart that he could design Mechs that could generate unsurpassed synergy if he wanted to. The rare qualities of the Gemini family, and especially its notable destiny teams, were rough gems that were begging to be cut. He retracted his senses and closed his eyes. Let's not get ahead of myself. I can offer to design a Mech for the Geminis if I can get along with them. If not, then I should just move on and work on other designs. I already have plenty of projects on my plate. The shuttle eventually entered one of the hangar bays of the twin refuge. The flagship of the Gemini family was so enormous that it was able to receive its guests in separate hangar bays. This allowed the hosts to control the influx of people and prevent any scuffles from taking place in less than ideal conditions. Vess looked around and took in the environment. The Geminis were evidently fans of softer and more pastel colors. Many sharp edges and angles had been softened and rounded out in an attempt to reduce their aggressive appearance. It made the hangar bay, and presumably the rest of the interior of the twin refuge, look like an industrial daycare facility, rather than a military vessel. At least their Mech still looked good enough, Vess muttered. Since the Gemini family was large and powerful enough to colonize its own planet and field its own ace Mechs, it most definitely had its own Mech company. Unlike the living Mech Corporation, Gemini Mechs was not that big of a player in the local Mech industry. It didn't really try that hard to build up a market presence, opting instead to serve the needs of the Gemini family. The reason for that was because anything related to the Gemini family tended to arouse a huge degree of disgust and revulsion from ordinary people. Strange that the Hexers also suffer from the same problem. The Gemini family shouldn't be too short of money, though. Any group that had 2 ace pilots on its retainer was most definitely a force to be reckoned with in the new frontier. Aside from that, Gemini genetics was a much bigger economic component of the family. Though Vess had never heard of it, and the Larkinson clan had never paid for its services, Gemini Genetics was apparently an up-and-coming genetics company that specialized in developing affordable but effective designer babies for people who want their children to gain advantages from birth. As much as the practices of the Geminis worked against them, it was different in this case. The genetics company that had originally been founded to perpetuate their practices seemed to gain a positive boost due to its successful track record in keeping the Geminis sane and healthy for so long. In any case, Vess the Geminis themselves were clearly a lot more pleasant to look at than their rather safe and inspiring Mech models. Many twins and couples not only grew up and slept together, but they also studied the same courses and performed the same jobs. It was rather odd to see the sheer amount of Geminis performing the exact same jobs as their twins and spouses. Everything comes in twos. 2 Mech technicians serviced the same part of the same Mechs. 2 engineers performed routine maintenance on a power duct underneath the deck of the hangar bay. 2 Mech pilots were gaming out their exclusive battle tactics that they intended to employ at the right moments in the upcoming operation. Every couple looked remarkably similar to each other, though they undoubtedly possessed the distinct features that were characteristic to males and females. They often exhibited the same hair color, the same eye color, the same facial structure, the same musculature levels, and more. Fortunately, the Geminis still put at least some effort into distinguishing the twin couples from each other. Every pairing featured a different set of external features that should at least prevent Vess from mistaking one pairing for another pairing. They all looked incredibly beautiful or handsome. Their genes gave them an inherent outward beauty that could easily be enhanced through the clever use of makeup. Gloriana would have called them perfect if not for the ugly fact that the pairings were all products of incest, if only in spirit. As it was, Vess developed the strange impression that he had entered a ship that was populated by perfected organic sculptures rather than real human beings. Together with the nearly identical uniform patterns, they all looked a bit unreal and uncanny. It was as if the Geminis were playing an elaborate game to outsiders. Vess knew that wasn't the case, though. These Geminis rarely had good interactions with other groups of people, so they turned inwards instead and only cared about the opinions of their fellow people. They seemed to be good at following orders, though as they did their best to hide their vigilance and animosity towards a foreigner like Vess. It was regrettable that they couldn't hide the emotions in their minds. The hatred and rejection bottled up inside their heads were palpable at times. Vess quietly developed a sympathy for the Geminis. These people had probably endured a lot of discrimination, ostracization, and even outright abuse from other humans. Gloriana's initial reaction towards the Gemini family was the rule rather than the exception. Did the Geminis deserve all of the backlash for persisting in their unnatural practices? Vess couldn't say. He preferred not to think too much about the ethics of indoctrinating twin brothers to marry their twin sisters from the moment of their birth. Chapter 44, 13 Potential Comrades. As the Geminis led Vess and his small entourage deeper into the interior of the twin refuge, both sides carefully scoped each other out during this interval. Just as Vess was learning more about the Geminis by touring different sections of the voluminous flagship, the crew members along the way also paid a lot of attention to the strangers. Vess, Minister Shedderin, and the handful of other Larkinsons tried to maintain a professional demeanor. Shedderin had already briefed everyone on the importance of behaving as impeccably as possible. Nothing good would come about if they ever openly expressed their disgust or contempt at their hosts. In fact, one of the biggest reasons why the delegation from the Larkinsons was so small was because there weren't many of them that could control their reactions. The Larkinsons didn't want to leave anything to chance, so it was better to bring only the absolute minimum necessary to meet the Geminis for the first time. After 20 minutes of scenic touring, the group eventually entered a large and luxurious ceremonial hall that was themed in an interesting way. Most ceremonial halls of this kind tended to show the history and the splendor of their owners. Here, Vess could see a lot of animated murals that were all exquisite pieces of art by themselves. The dramatized depictions of the founders of the Gemini family and the many twists and turns they had taken since the beginning looked both beautiful and tragic. This group of eccentric people had known suffering and tragedy from the beginning. Instead of succumbing to all of the stigma and rejection that they received, the Geminis endured all of the pressure and continued to fight for every scrap of dignity and power that they could obtain. Vess admired their tenacity and their unflinching belief in their own cultural practices, even if they weren't really okay. No wonder the Geminis eventually became strong enough to produce 2 powerful ace pilots. The emergence of the Gemini Saints completely changed the fortunes of the Gemini family and allowed it to receive a lot of breathing room for the first time. With few people daring to provoke 2 ace pilots at once, the Geminis could finally begin to command respect from others, if only reluctantly. Nowadays, the Geminis were thriving. They retained the stubbornness and unity that enabled them to endure more difficult times, but also gained the absolute strength needed to step up and elevate their family to a major power. Vess quite liked the trajectory they followed. The successes and failures they experienced matched with the theories that guided him to lead his clan into riskier waters. In some ways, the Gemini family served as a model for the Larkinson clan. Perhaps one day, the Larkinsons would also be able to produce 2 ace pilots from their ranks of powerful expert pilots. As Vess continued to study the murals and other symbolic monuments of the Geminis, he found it a bit strange that there weren't any members of the family in the hall at this time. Other delegations had arrived first instead. The different groups who originated from different pioneering fleets all beheld each other. They exhibited both curiosity and cautious vigilance towards their potential coalition partners. Vess nodded respectfully to the delegates of the Adelaide Mercenary Company. They stood apart from the rest due to their acquired combativeness. It was easy to figure them out. Each of Adelaide's were warriors who had shed blood and witnessed death in battle. Their experiences marked their minds and spirits in ways that only those who lived through the same sort of traumas could recognize from each other. The Adelaides, for their part, silently reciprocated the friendly gesture. They also recognized that the Larkinsons were of the same kind. It was rather disappointing to see that the other delegations did not include as many soldiers or warriors in their parties. Vess briefly studied the other delegations as well. Some of the people sent by the Lyra Foundation possessed a much quieter and more contemplative demeanor. Vess instantly equated them to the researchers working for various development companies. The Lyras possessed the same air of academic scholarship and passion for research. It was as if the Lyras much preferred to spend their time in their labs rather than a diplomatic outing. Most of the delegates of the Santana group possessed a more proactive demeanor. They also dressed and carried themselves as successful businessmen who knew exactly how to squeeze as much short-term profits out of a company even as they hollowed out its foundation and piled it with mountains of debt. This did not surprise Vess, as the Santana Group was essentially a financial conglomerate. It was originally an investment company that slowly bought shares in different companies and acquired a lot of real estate during economic downturns when they were sold in a hurry. All of these assets needed protection, and what better way to do so than to buy out security companies so that they could guard all of those expensive assets for a cheaper price. This was how the Santana Group gradually built up an increasingly stronger and more expansive Mech army. Good management, along with plenty of violent competition with other rivals in the business, enabled its Mech pilots to grow so well that one of them even became a saint. This was quite a rare occurrence among financial investment groups, but obviously the Santana Group had done something right. Vess found it rather odd that a financial group would not only form a pioneering fleet and dispatch it towards the riskier parts of the new frontier, but also send out their valuable ace pilot along for the expedition. This was not a characteristic decision for a financial conglomerate. The Santana Group risked losing what may be the most valuable asset in their portfolio if an accident ever befell their precious saint. There was probably more to the story than what Vess knew of the Santana Group, but it wasn't really a priority for him to get to the bottom of this story. If everything went well, they would all just cooperate a single time before going their separate ways again. There was no compelling reason for them to keep each other company after they got what they wanted from the asteroid base raid. The final group of delegates came from the Boudjay family. Vess wasn't able to pin them down as easily as they consisted of a mix of different types. Unlike the other pioneering groups, the Boudjay family was actually based in a more distant middle zone, at least as far as the intelligence showed. Vess had no idea why the Boudjay family left their familiar haunt in the distant Greenwich Middle Zone and came all the way to the Krakatoa Middle Zone, but perhaps they were nomadic like the Larkinson clan. The Boudjay family delegates attracted plenty of attention due to their colorful and flowing clothing style and their tribal air. There was a sense of unity and kinship in them that Vess could respect, but they also conveyed an implicit rejection towards those that weren't a part of their family. The Boudjays would have never bothered to gather here, if not for the Gemini family's invitations. A few more minutes passed by until the double doors at the other side of the hall finally slid open. Two resplendently dressed twins, married of course, floated forward as they clasped their hands. It immediately became clear that the newly arrived man and woman held a lot of authority. Vess already recognized the middle-aged-looking figures as the joint leaders of the Gemini family. One of the biggest reasons why Patriarch Cobal Gemini and Matriarch Sina Gemini were able to gain their positions was because their parents were the famed Gemini saints. As such, Cobal and Sina Gemini not only had the right to speak on behalf of the Gemini family, but they also served as the voice of its ace pilots. Every member of every delegation immediately became more attentive. None of them exhibited any ugly expressions that might betray what they really thought about the Geminis and their unusual family practices. Compared to the potential to earn a massive amount of valuable loot, who cared what their main combat partner did under the bedsheets? Just as with the delegation from the Golden Skull Alliance, none of the people dispatched by the other invited groups were average. Every one of them possessed enough maturity and self-control to maintain a respectful and even eager posture towards the Geminis. Patriarch Cobal minutely nodded in satisfaction. Upon the moment when we have decided to gather help to assault the alien asteroid base that we have recently discovered, we have studied all of the available pioneering organizations carefully. We initially put hundreds of different groups like yours on our list, but we have steadily whittled down our selection until we were left with 15 choices. We are pleased to see that 5 of you have not only expressed interest, but also took concrete action by meeting us in this star system. Our Gemini family understands that you are not yet satisfied with the shallow amount of information that we were willing to share with you. Matriarch Sina Gemini continued as she squeezed the hand of her brother, who was also her husband. We are ready to provide you with additional details that will hopefully convince you that we can make immense gains as long as you join us on our endeavor. A large projection formed in the middle of the hall that showed an abstract model of the supposed alien asteroid base. This is a representation of our target. We have purposefully removed many features which may give clues to where it might be located, Patriarch Cobal said. As you can see, the asteroid where it is based is dozens of kilometers long and is rife with tunnels, local strongholds, and so on. It is a complex maze and city in itself. The reason why its interior has developed in this manner is because there is no single owner of this base. It is all carved up into many different territories held by different alien pirate groups. Vess and many others found it difficult to imagine that so many different alien forces from so many different races could get along with each other in a single site. "Does this place have a name?" someone from the Bujay family inquired. One of the more prevalent alien races has taken to calling it the Palace of Shame when translated into standard language. That was certainly a unique way to name a den of thieves. Matriarch Sina Gemini offered further clarification. "It is a gathering of some of the worst criminals and outcasts of the local alien races that used to live in the surrounding regions before humanity displaced them all. Though all of these aliens are different, most of them share the concept of shame and the stigma against rule-breaking behavior. Only the desperate among the indigenous aliens will take up piracy as a career. This is why their pirate base is referred to as the Palace of Shame. It is a pirate base made strong through the plunder of many riches. It is also a place of exile where the worst individuals of their respective races have taken up residence." He also found it difficult to believe that the Palace of Shame lacked a strong, central authority. There was no way that so many different aliens with so many different racial and cultural customs could somehow get along with each other without starting up wars that could tear the entire asteroid base apart from the inside. The only problem was that the Geminis were the only source of real intelligence at the moment. They could not only control and massage the information they shared to the rest, but their understanding of the Palace of Shame might not even be all that accurate. Chapter 44, 14 The Palace of Shame. The abstract image of the so-called Palace of Shame might be lacking in details, but it showed a rather complete internal layout of its interior. Vess wondered how the Gemini family managed to obtain so much internal information. It shouldn't be possible for the Geminis to sneak human infiltrators past the palace's formidable defenses and map out the immensely extensive interior on foot. Even if an agent got through somehow, the pirates who should constantly be on guard against intrusion from their rivals must have the technology to detect hidden spies. It also shouldn't be possible for the Geminis to map out the entire asteroid base by scanning at it from long range. Any scans that were powerful enough to look past the thick exterior of the asteroid base and map out the insides to this extent should definitely be noticeable. From the moment any scout ship attempted to perform high-powered scans on the asteroid base, the local pirate forces would definitely behave as if they were stung by bees and retaliate with overwhelming violence. After all, no pirate wanted their secret hideout to be exposed and mapped out in its entirety. Once Vess ruled out these possibilities, he was left with one obvious answer. The Gemini family captured an alien individual or an alien starship that possessed a lot of details about the Palace of Shame. The identity of the captured subject shouldn't be minor either. Only an important element of the local alien pirate forces should contain this much information about a base of this size and complexity. No matter how the Geminis managed to obtain and extract all of this extremely sensitive intelligence, they possessed an overwhelming information advantage that put them far ahead of the other groups invited to the party. Combined with the fact that the Geminis was also led by two ace pilots of decent strength, they firmly grasped the initiative of this operation. Vess understood now why the family was confident enough to invite 5 fairly powerful pioneering fleets to take part in their offensive operation. As long as the Gemini family retained both an information and power advantage, there was no way it could lose. The Golden Skull Alliance, the Adelaide Mercenary Company, the Lyra Foundation, the Santana Group and the Bujay family had little choice but to act as the Gemini family's extra muscle if they wanted to earn a share of the loot. The two leaders of the Gemini family evidently possessed enough confidence that their invited guests would agree to attack the alien asteroid base alongside their own forces, because they shared real information about what they might be facing. It is difficult to obtain current information about the composition of alien pirate groups that are either temporarily or permanently stationed at the Palace of Shame. Patriarch Kobold Gemini explained. As you can imagine, pirates tend to be rather chaotic and inconsistent no matter whether they are human or alien. Many pirate fleets incur heavy damage that either breaks them apart or causes their remnants to be absorbed by rival fleets. What complicates the dynamic even further is the variable of race. Matriarch Cena Gemini elegantly waved her hand, causing a projection that displayed the busts of over 50 known alien races. Many of you may be familiar with how human pirate gangs operate on a shallow basis. One of the advantages of human pirates operating in the vast expanse of human space that we never think about is that we are all part of one race. Though we have created many other methods to divide and discriminate against each other, we are all human, and that unites us and enables us to work together even if we have little in common. That was true. Vess had to look no further than his own clan, where the Honorable Larkinsons somehow managed to band together with radically different groups of people, such as faithful Ilvanan worshippers, indoctrinated slave soldiers, female sword Amazons, biotechnology advocates, extremely traditional swordsmen, reformed Hexer extremists, exiled diplomats, and many more groups. Though the Larkinson clan managed to bind them together to a common identity through Goldie's Larkinson network, many of these weird and proud people would have never gotten close if they all consisted of different alien races. The language problem alone was a huge source of division. The differences in culture would definitely be a lot worse because of how much more alien societies diverged from each other. Even physiological differences could become a major source of division. Many alien races evolved in planetary environments with different gravities, different air mixtures, and different heat and radiation tolerances. Trying to put them all together in a single starship or a space station, for that matter, was a nightmare to behold. Vess found it difficult to imagine that the 50 alien races listed out by Matriarch Cena Gemini could all get along somehow. The Palace of Shame and its local pirate organizations are largely divided by race. The older woman confirmed his suspicions, though we know that mixed groups that consist of dozens of members of different alien races exist, they are not as prevalent. The main groups that engage in piracy, smuggling, illegal production, black market operations, and so on largely belong to one group or another. It makes everything easier for them, and they can also specialize in jobs that their races or civilization levels are best suited to perform. Patriarch Kobold took the word again. No one knows for certain how many different alien races are currently represented in the Palace of Shame. The 50 that we have shown to you are always present in various quantities, but the pirate base may very well be hosting hundreds more sentient aliens from other races. We believe that this number has skyrocketed in the last decade due to the massive initial success of the Big Two's invasion of the Red Ocean. Many alien empires that used to occupy territory in the regions around us have been swept away virtually overnight. The vast majority of the alien residents have been wiped out during the conquest, but many refugees and other escapees have managed to escape the slaughter. The people gathered in the ceremonial hall grew troubled. Does this mean that the Palace of Shame is filled with refugees? Kobold Gemini nodded. That is so, and not all of them are the poor civilian types who don't know how to fight. The Palace of Shame has a high attraction to the underbelly of alien societies. The amount of armed and able combatants that have settled in the asteroid base had risen to an explosive degree. Though we expect intense internal contradictions to have led to massive deaths, numerous years have already passed since the Big Two's war fleets have swept across the Krakatoa Middle Zone. The internal situation should have stabilized by this time. Great! The Palace of Shame is better staffed and more fortified than ever. A delegate from the Adelaide mercenary group openly muttered. I bet that plenty of former military forces have made their way over there. How many of their military warships are still intact and in working condition all this time? We intend to go over their naval assets later, the Gemini matriarch said. First, let me continue to give you an overview of the most important alien races. We are aware that the current list you see before you may be overwhelming. We will only highlight the most important races that you may stumble upon. The woman pointed at one of the projected entries. It grew in size, while others shrunk and moved to the periphery. Additional data came into view which showed the gravity levels they were comfortable with, the kind of air they liked to breathe, and many other racial information. Let me start with the strongest, though not the most numerous group. The Orvans are one of the few major races that are involved in the Palace of Shame. Though the Orvans are not as strong or prominent as the Nunsers, Puelmers, Voribugs, and so on, they possess their own advantages that have not only helped them maintain a strong position in the alien pirate community, but also bolster its tech and defenses to a higher level. That was indeed a major source of concern. The major alien races of the Red Ocean were the equivalent of first-rate states in human terms. This meant that the Orvans mastered a level of technology that could give the MTA and CFA a run for their money. Before everyone's fears grew too great, Matriarch Sina made a reassuring gesture. The Orvans should not be underestimated, but the exiled group that have taken root in the Palace of Shame are far from the most exemplary and well-equipped members of the Orvan race. Combined with the relative lack of high-quality materials, industrial infrastructure, and so on, the pirate organization led by the Orvans have degenerated over time. They even had to cannibalize their smaller warships in order to ensure that their flagship keeps functioning. I take it the Orvan warship is the greatest naval threat that we must confront if we attack the Palace of Shame, Master Benedict noted. You presume correctly, Matriarch Sina Gemini affirmed. However, we cannot completely predict the reactions of every alien pirate group. Their attitudes, values, and thought processes are literally inhuman. We can model their behavior based on what we generally know about their races, and more specific intelligence about the pirate organizations in particular. But no one can truly say whether any pirate ship or unit will flee, self-destruct, fight to the death, or simply wallow in indecision. This was another reminder to them all that they were not fighting against a homogeneous group of humans, whose biological and cultural behavioral patterns were well known to the point where advanced modeling programs could predict their reactions to certain events with a high degree of accuracy. Were the Orvans exiled to this part of the Red Ocean brave or cowardly? Did they consider the Palace of Shame to be their only refuge or simply a temporary stopping point? Would the Orvans be willing to fight alongside pirate groups composed of different alien races? No one could provide a definite answer to these questions. Not even the Geminis had the courage to make any solid predictions. The people from the different delegations became more troubled. What the Geminis had mentioned did not bring them any closer to agreeing on committing to this bold and ambitious assault. Each of them expected the alien opposition to put up stiff resistance, but they assumed they would have the situation well in hand as long as they brought enough high-end firepower. However, none of them relished the prospect of fighting against even one first-class warship. Ace Mechs or not, the power of a warship fielded by a major alien race of the Red Ocean could destroy any pioneering fleet if left unchecked. How many warships of this caliber were stationed at the asteroid base? What were their conditions? Was it possible to sabotage or disable them before the assault commenced? As every invited delegate began to worry about the many possible setbacks that might occur, a leader from the Santana group interrupted the presentation. Please excuse me, Patriarch Koble, but before we are willing to listen any further, we need to determine whether there is any profit to be made from this attack. The business executive spoke. We will not commit our assets to an operation that will cost us much and leave us with disappointing spoils. Even if we have obtained more than enough to compensate for our losses, it is of little use if we no longer possess the strength to protect our gains. Both Kobol and Cena Gemini adopted an understanding expression. Neither of them displayed any impatience or annoyance at the interruption. We plan to address the topic of possible profits later on, but we can give you a quick summary of what you can expect to extract from the Palace of Shame and its many ships. Patriarch Kobol Gemini said, "Let us begin with the estimate of how much face water the alien pirates have hoarded over the years. We estimate that all of the pirate groups put together are sitting on 600 to 800 kilograms of pure face water. F letter 1D5FF, letter 1D626, E letter 1D498, E letter 1D68B, letter 1D62F, letter 1D603, letter 1D65ALCO, letter 1D5FA. What? Chapter 44, 15 Divided Palace. Though Vess and the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance had already handled face water in the hundreds of kilograms in the past, that did not mean that this substance had become devalued in their eyes. There was never enough face water to go around. The special exotic material that dominated the Red Ocean during its entire existence was useful to every alien race as long as they possessed the ability to unlock even a fraction of its potential. Humans couldn't get enough of the stuff, let alone the many indigenous alien races that had long adapted their entire technology trees to better exploit the properties of face water. It made sense that the indigenous alien pirate groups would be eager to plunder as much face water as possible from the surrounding territories. What the delegates gathered in the ceremonial hall of the Twin Refuge didn't expect was that the aliens accumulated so much face water without using it all up to strengthen their own equipment and warships. Even if the aliens regarded face water as a holy material that needed to be revered as a gift from their gods, even they shouldn't be stupid enough to leave so much face water unused. In the Red Ocean of today, many alien empires had been wiped out in their entirety, and entire races ceased to exist. Humanity was an existential threat to any native occupant of the dwarf galaxy. The only way the survivors of the initial sweeps could survive in this dark and desolate period was to convert as many resources as possible into strength. Face water could be used to build stronger warp drives that could help nomadic fleets stay out of the reach of their human pursuers. Face water could be used to augment the most important portions of the hulls of warships, enabling them to survive blows that would have crippled their vital components. Face water could also be used to amplify the penetration power of the enormous weapon systems of those very same warships, allowing them to pierce through the armor of the most indestructible opponents. Though humanity had already managed to develop a lot of powerful applications surrounding face water, the native aliens of the Red Ocean definitely mastered face water technology to a much more sophisticated degree. It was hard to believe that all of those aliens did not use up such an enormous stash already. Perhaps the coalition formed by the Gemini family might expend a huge amount of effort into taking over the Palace of Shame, only to find that its entire stock of face water had already been drained. The two leaders of the Gemini family understood the skepticism from the delegates. Patriarch Kobol Gemini moved to reassure the people his family might have to depend upon to attack the alien asteroid base. If the Palace of Shame was wholly owned by a single strong pirate group, then it is unlikely that so much face water is left unused. That is not the case. We have told you earlier that this pirate base is occupied by many different groups, many of whom are small and must constantly be on guard against their rivals. Their warships are smaller and weaker, and their infrastructure is nowhere comparable to that of the Orvans. Matriarch Cena Gemini also chimed in. What has happened in the last decade also contributed to this unusual situation. The alien pirates based in the Palace of Shame shouldn't have been able to gather so much face water in normal times, but the human invasion changed everything. Many alien organizations that used to be rooted in wealthy and developed planets had to evacuate in a hurry with the most valuable assets that they could carry. A large number of evacuation fleets left the star systems in the regions around us, and tried their best to flee away from the advancing humans as possible. The alien pirates based in the Palace of Shame took advantage of this frenzy and feasted upon the vulnerable. Sina's husband and brother seamlessly continued. They not only plundered a large amount of face water, but also obtained a massive amount of valuable exotics, technological libraries, cultural artifacts, and a large amount of intact pieces of alien technology. The pirates frankly plundered more valuables than they could digest, hence why the Palace of Shame has turned into an expansive treasure house where every individual pirate group has built its own vault. That was highly plausible. Though years had already gone by since the frenzy had passed, the Palace of Shame did not appear to possess the industrial infrastructure required to convert so many raw materials into processed goods. Patriarch Kobold Gemini affirmed this guess. The Palace of Shame may be many things, but it was never set up to function as an independent refuge or nation-state. In the past, the pirate den actually functioned as a trading hub that crossed racial lines. It was one of the few hubs in the region where any alien individual from any race could come and trade with anyone without regard for laws, taboos, diplomatic relations, and so on. While the asteroid den does possess a considerable amount of production facilities, most of them are biased towards the repair and to a limited extent production of warships up to a certain scale. The local industries are lacking in too many other areas. A huge variety of industrial processes were needed to sustain an entire civilization. There were factories that were set up to refine specific ores into specific alloys. There were fuel refineries that converted raw substances into powerful fuels needed to keep enormous power generators running. There were also pharmaceutical plants that produced all manner of essential medicines and bioproducts necessary to sustain the physiological needs of different alien races. The asteroid that hosted the Palace of Shame couldn't fit so many industrial complexes. Even if it did, without extensive support of alien civilizations, many of the more advanced factories and shipyards simply couldn't be built due to lack of advanced technologies and expert knowledge. The two Gemini leaders elaborated a bit on how the criminal and marginalized nature of the Palace of Shame prevented it from becoming an industrial powerhouse. We speculate that the alien empires that used to occupy the neighboring territories have tolerated the Palace of Shame to an extent, Matriarch Sina Gemini explained. Their leaders may have known about it, but they did not gather their fleets to annihilate this scourge in its entirety. The reason for that is because it serves a useful purpose and does not pose a real threat against the ruling classes. The alien officials and the pirate outcasts may have even formed secret relationships to better control the situation. As long as the Palace of Shame does not seek to loosen the collar on its neck, it is not an existential threat. These contracts no longer exist after the fall of all of the alien empires. Minister Sheddarin Pernus pointed out. The Palace of Shame is on its own now, and there should be no more oversight that could stop the local aliens from building more advanced industrial facilities. You are correct, but even the aliens are not capable of building so much advanced infrastructure in a short amount of time. They are also lacking in too many other areas, most notably the large number of highly educated scientists and engineers that can design, build, and run these facilities. The Geminis brought up numerous pieces of proof that ultimately convinced the delegates that the alien pirate groups likely didn't possess the ability to use up all of that face water so quickly. There are many alien pirate gangs that are too small and weak to work with face water. However, they still managed to steal a few kilograms of face water here and there after raiding many of the evacuation fleets that fled this area of the new frontier. Right now, face water is more valuable as a form of hard currency that transcends racial differences. The more face water in their possession, the more goods and services they can exchange from other rivals and competitors. The Geminis painted a pirate stronghold that had not only become unmoored by humanity's invasion of the Red Ocean, but also a place that had become overcrowded to the point where a lot of internal contradictions took place. The high level of division among the alien races and pirate groups meant that all of the stakeholders of the Palace of Shame could not unify their efforts and spend all of their resources in the most efficient and effective manner possible. Instead, they wasted much of their manpower, combat assets, and resources into beating each other up. The grudges between the different aliens ran too deep, and the rapid changes in the Red Ocean only intensified the contradictions. Does that mean that a concerted attack from humans such as us will cause the local aliens to fall apart and encourage them to go their separate ways? A delegate from the Bujay family asked. Patriarch Kobold Gemini gave an uncertain reply. That may be possible. It is conceivable that the weaker and most desperate pirate groups will flee at the first possible opportunity. We should prevent them from doing so because they will likely take away all of their most valuable spoils, such as their facewater reserves. We can discuss our action plan later. For now, we are certain that the largest pirate groups, such as the ones led by the Orvan race, have too much of a stake in the Palace of Shame. They will put up serious resistance and will most definitely seek to hit back hard, especially because our forces are not as strong as that of the Big Two. Many people nodded in agreement. Many indigenous aliens developed a lot of respect and fear towards the warships and mechs of the Big Two. The human war fleets were too powerful and had access to all kinds of highly advanced technologies. The pioneers that came afterwards were nowhere near as strong. If the pirate groups based in the Palace of Shame found out that the attackers consisted of second-class pioneering fleets, then there was even less of a reason to shirk away from a fight. Do the aliens recognize the threat of an ace mech? Vess curiously asked. Matriarch Cena Gemini shook her head. We cannot answer that question. It depends on how much contact the aliens still have with their other compatriots. We know that the alien pirates have curtailed most of their external activities in order to prevent humans from locating the Palace of Shame. The pirate groups may have even gone as far as cutting off all contact with the outside galaxy. If that is the case, then the information they should possess about our race should be limited. There were too many unknowns for Vess liking. Though he was attracted by the prospect of plundering a lot of facewater and a lot of valuable alien tech, was it truly worth it to confront a lot of strong and unfamiliar alien pirate forces? The Geminis still had a long way to go to convince all of the gathered pioneering forces to join the assault. I have a question. A delegate from the Lyra Foundation spoke up. The vast majority of alien groups that used to reside in the Krakatoa Middle Zone and beyond have already fled this area years ago. As long as they have enough ships, they have almost always chosen to flee out of range of human pursuit. Why have these pirates chosen to stay behind? The woman carried herself as an academic, so she had probably thought much deeper about this situation than anyone else. The matter she brought up was important. It was too suspicious for so many selfish and criminal alien outlaws to stay behind in hostile human territory. Vess also began to think about what was so important about the Palace of Shame to all of these aliens. He became more and more suspicious towards the Geminis. They likely knew at least some of the truth of what made this hidden asteroid base so attractive to everyone. Chapter 44, 16 Profit Split. The Gemini leaders did not look surprised that someone eventually brought up this suspicious point. None of the pioneering groups that they tried to invite to this party were weak, stupid, or naive. Each of them possessed long and extensive track records that proved their competence. They overcame many challenges, outsmarted numerous rivals, and defeated strong opponents on the battlefield. Some of the organizations in questions enjoyed long and storied histories that showed that they didn't easily make mistakes. F letter 1D4 C7 letter 1D486 letter 1D486 letter 1D604 letter 1D452 letter 1D5 EF letter 1D48 F letter 1D5 FC Cyrillic letter 475 letter 1D65 A letter 1D5 F9 letter 1D484 letter 1D630 letter 1D4C2. If the Gemini family wanted to obtain their cooperation, then it had no choice but to expose at least a part of the truth about the Palace of Shame. Patriarch Kobel first elaborated on the composition of the aliens at the asteroid base. You should first know that many of the current residents of the Palace of Shame originally weren't pirates at all. They were refugees who boarded ships that for one reason or another did not join the Great Migration, but ventured to this asteroid base instead. Maybe their ships couldn't make the journey. Maybe the alien refugees were former soldiers who wanted to take revenge against the human invaders rather than run like cowards and condemn their souls to eternal damnation. That sounded plausible, but it was hardly enough. What of the Orvan exiles and other long-standing pirate groups? Why haven't they behaved like normal pirates and abandoned a site that would soon become surrounded by human alien colonies? The current information provided to them did not offer a satisfactory explanation. No matter what kind of weird culture and attitudes the aliens possessed, none of them should be suicidal to this degree. There had to be more about the Palace of Shame, and this location that compelled so many capable alien pirates into staying behind. The two Gemini leaders exchanged glances with each other. Since the discussion had come to this point, they finally decided to reveal one of the reasons why they wanted to take the risk to break open the alien pirate base. The Palace of Shame is older than you think, Matriarch Cena Gemini revealed in a soft tone. We will not go into too much detail before you have given your answer on whether you are willing to become a part of our joint operation. But I can tell you that the Palace of Shame used to be built to serve another purpose before it was taken over by pirates and scoundrels. To be honest, we do not know for certain what the Palace of Shame contains that has convinced many powerful alien groups to stay behind and defend this site to their deaths. That did not sound entirely credible. Vess frowned. So the main motivation for your Gemini family to organize this offensive operation is to obtain possession of some sort of powerful ancient alien relic or sorts that you don't even know the details of. What if it is useless to anyone else? What if the aliens will just decide to destroy it before it can fall into the hands of humans? Patriarch Kobel Gemini gave a reassuring smile. While we do not know what the Palace of Shame truly holds, we have obtained scattered clues that refer to it in allusions and other vague alien descriptions. Only the highest-ranking alien leaders should know the full truth, but they have been remarkably thorough in minimizing the chances of exposure. No matter what it is, our Gemini family is determined to take it as our own. The fact that we are willing to commit our entire fleet, along with our two ace Mechs, should be proof of our confidence that we shall succeed. Whatever the Palace of Shame was hiding most definitely turned the Geminis crazy. Vess could definitely believe that the Gemini family was convinced that this was a worthwhile endeavor, but what about the other invited groups? The delegates of the Santana group objected the most to this idea. It is not polite to demand us to fight against multiple powerful alien warships, only to claim the greatest prize that the Palace of Shame has to offer by yourself. The leaders of the Gemini family did not give in. Our family is the one that has taken the initiative to let you take part in our joint operation. We will also be shouldering the greatest burden of defeating the opposition. There are still plenty of other spoils that you can take that will still allow you to earn a handsome profit. What if that is not the case? Then we can make other arrangements. Hey, don't brush aside the matter of this ancient alien relic so quickly. A leader from the Adelaide Mercenary Company spoke up. If whatever you are trying to take is some sort of super face water or a batch of powerful weapons, then we expect to receive a share of this bounty. None of the other spoils are enough to convince us to accept this job. We can easily go elsewhere and plunder face water and alien tech elsewhere out in the vast frontier. We agree. We appreciate your offer, but the rewards are not proportionate to the risks. The groups began to haggle with the Geminis on the spot. No one was a fool. Even if the Gemini leaders did not mention this secret alien relic, it was doubtful whether the rest were still willing to assault such a strong alien stronghold. Seeing that the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Santana Group acted as if they would turn around leave as long as the Gemini family refused to budge on this issue. Matriarch Cena Gemini eventually raised her hand. "We are willing to give you a modest share of the top prize if possible, but we will not surrender the majority of what we are owed. We would rather abort this operation and sell the intelligence we have gathered about the Palace of Shame to a more powerful pioneering group. That will leave you with no chance to enjoy any of the secrets that this alien asteroid base has kept hidden for multiple ages." The Geminis conveyed the meaning that it was not essential for them to attack the Palace of Shame. If they had to give up too many concessions, then even they weren't willing to work hard anymore. The two sides needed to find an acceptable compromise, but that was easier said than done. "How much are you willing to give us, Matriarch?" "If the alien treasures are divisible, then we will lay claim to 80% of what can be taken out. The 5 of you can divide the remainder among yourselves. If the secret of the Palace of Shame cannot be taken away or split in such a manner, then we will compensate you appropriately with face water or resources. 80%, that is outright theft. We should divide everything equally." A lot of tough bargaining took place. The Adelaides and the Santanas fought especially hard at this time, as they were perhaps the greediest people in this gathering. Minister Sheddarin Purness occasionally pitched in as well in order to make sure that the Golden Skull Alliance had a presence in the negotiations. In the end, the give-and-take session ended in a profit split that Vess had already predicted from the beginning. "Very well," Patriarch Kobold Gemini spoke with a strained expression. "We shall make do with 50% of the most valuable alien relics. The remainder of you can divide the other half amongst yourselves. If the alien treasure is not divisible, then we will claim it and compensate for it by giving up any claim on the remaining spoils." Neither side was happy with this split, but it was the best compromise they could reach at this time. The Gemini family gave the other 5 pioneering groups this opportunity to begin with, and also possessed the greatest combat power. The other pioneers were relatively weaker and knew nothing about the Palace of Shame before this meeting. Their ability to contribute to the upcoming operation was not as good, so it was already fair to give them 10% of the greatest spoils each. "What of the remainder of the valuables that we can obtain from the Palace of Shame?" a Santana delegate said. "Your Gemini family has already laid claim to half of the secret heritage of the alien base, but we will not agree to surrendering 50% of the face water, salvage, and other goods to you. It is impossible for us to earn a profit if that is the case." This set off another round of negotiations. Fortunately, everyone was already fairly familiar with each other's negotiating power, priorities, and positions, so they did not take too long to determine a general profit split. For the remainder of the spoils, the Gemini family will make do with 1.5 shares, while the remaining pioneering groups will receive 1 share each, modified by their actual contributions during the operations. This meant that if everyone fought equally, the Golden Skull Alliance, the Adelaide Mercenary Company, the Lyra Foundation, the Santana Group, and the Bouget family would all receive the exact same amount of spoils. The Gemini family was entitled to earn 50% more, but that was its prerogative as the initiator and leader of this operation. In practice, the proportion of goodies that every pioneering group received would rise or fall based on their relative contributions in battle. Those who fought harder, made more sacrifices, and defeated more enemies would naturally earn a greater share of the spoils. In order to ensure that nobody would have any disputes about whose shares should be higher, the negotiators all agreed to adhere to a standard convention. Problems like these occurred many times throughout the history of human civilization. A lot of clever people had come together in order to hammer out detailed sets of rules and mathematical formulas that attempted to make the distribution of spoils as fair and equitable as possible. Though no profit-sharing model was truly perfect, the ones that had been utilized by countless human groups throughout the centuries were still pretty decent. Now that the pioneering groups managed to find common ground on the most important part of this operation, the mood in the ceremonial hall became considerably less tense. Though they were far from forming an agreement, it was only a matter of time before the invited groups committed to the operation. Several hours went by as the Gemini leaders continued to brief the delegates on how they planned to assault the Palace of Shame. As an old and formidable pirate base that had existed for an unknown amount of centuries, its defenses were anything but light. Not only did the pioneering forces had to overcome the defenses of the asteroid base itself, they also had to fight against the many pirate warships and other mobile combat assets. Patriarch Cobalt Gemini projected images of the types of warships and other dangers they would face if they assaulted the alien stronghold. As you can see, the design and combat power of all of these alien pirate ships vary wildly, but the majority of them aren't as intimidating as the ones that the Big Two are struggling to defeat. Some of them are figurative rust buckets, while others are the equivalent of medium-sized warships, though each of them are outdated. Each enemy ship must be disabled, Matriarch Cena Gemini emphasized. None should be allowed to escape because each of them might contain precious valuables such as face water or even the secret alien relic that we are primarily trying to obtain. In order to prevent the alien pirates from making us attack the Palace of Shame in vain, we must encircle the surrounding space and form a blockade that is effective enough to stop any escape attempts. That was going to be difficult. The participants needed to form a careful deployment plan in order to ensure that such an encirclement would not show any obvious weak points. Chapter 44, 17 General Hermann Forain. An offensive operation of this magnitude was exceedingly complex. Even if the Gemini family already formed a basic battle plan in advance, the other pioneering groups definitely would not find that to be sufficient enough. Everyone had different strengths and weaknesses. Even the ace mechs that served as their trump cards all possessed drastically different capabilities depending on their mech archetypes, as well as the traits of their ace pilots. No one wanted their mech forces to be treated as cannon fodder. At the same time, no one wanted to be squeezed out of easy opportunities to make more contributions. Due to the profit-sharing agreement that they established, every party wanted to perform well. The more enemies they defeated through their own efforts, the greater their share of the spoils. Eventually, the leaders, figureheads, and diplomats no longer interfered in the planning of the operation. Instead, people such as General Verl and other military figures stepped forward in order to study the Gemini's battle plan and supplement it with their own input. The military officials soon moved to a different compartment where they could gain access to more intelligence and better facilities. This allowed the rest of the delegates to roam free and familiarize themselves with their temporary allies. As one of the youngest leaders attending this gathering, Vess stood out from the rest. The majority of the people brought by the other groups were at least twice his age. The gap in generations made it a little awkward for Vess to chat with the other dignitaries at first, but no one here was stupid. The patriarch of the Larkinson clan was a celebrated mech designer and made a lot of accomplishments throughout his relatively short career. No one had any reason to despise him, especially when none of them were direct competitors to each other. The Adelaide mercenary group approached him first. The majority of them consisted of mech officers who had all experienced a lot of combat. There was a sense of wildness and ferocity in their demeanor that Vess found familiar. The lead person stepped forward and clasped Vess' arm. "I have heard much about you, Patriarch Larkinson. They say you're a fighting mech designer." "Oh, I'm not as exaggerated as they say in those stories, hee." Vess chuckled in response. "I have ended up in sticky situations numerous times when I was younger, but I have always let my soldiers do the fighting. The best I could have done is scramble for cover and hope my mechs can beat the crap out of enemy mechs." "Ha, that still makes you better than virtually every other mech designer in the Red Ocean," the middle-aged man replied. None of those wusses and lab geeks have ever seen blood being spilled before their eyes. Even fewer have picked up a gun and shot down an enemy while looking him in the eyes. You may have left those incidents behind, but I can spot a killer from the other side of a star system. You're a much finer pioneer than those suits on the other side. The Adelaide leader clearly referred to the business executives that were part of the Santana Group's delegation. Aside from a few exceptions, the Santana Group's leadership was dominated by people who were more comfortable with fudging the numbers on a balance sheet than piloting a Mech in battle. Vess did not underestimate the Santana Group, though. Organizations led by civilians could be just as successful as those led by military officers. In fact, the former was probably better in most cases, as civilian leaders were more comprehensive decision-makers that could balance many different interests. Well, the good ones were like that at least. I wouldn't put down the Santanas if I were you, Vess responded in a mild tone. According to what I know, the Santana Xenoarchaeology Division fleet holds the greatest quantity of mechs among us. Their quality might not be the best, but it will be a lot easier for the Santanas to blockade the Palace of Shame. General Herman Forain snorted. Their glorified security guards might be decent enough in scaring away would-be raiders, but they are not fit for a massive base assault. Their Mech pilots are too soft and inexperienced to keep their cool during the heat of battle. At least I have no reason to doubt your alliance's battle readiness. You and your buddies have earned an enormous amount of respect for us for showing what you were made of during the Battle of Pima Prime. Vess smiled. No one disliked being complimented. Thank you, General Forain. We did not intend to make a show out of it, but I am glad that our most recent battle performance has allowed us to earn your trust. I will caution you not to dismiss the battle effectiveness of the Santanas. They have gone through their fair share of battles as well, and their Mech pilots are well trained. It takes a lot for them to produce an ace pilot from their ranks. I seriously doubt that. I have studied their past battles, and they were almost always on the defensive. As for their ace pilot, they just lucked out in recruiting a highly talented Mech pilot. General Herman Forain must have developed a strong bias against financial holding companies, because he couldn't stop himself from disparaging the Santana Group. Fortunately, the leader of the Adelaide fleet respected the other pioneering groups more. The Boujay family is all right, the mercenary leader said. The Boujays don't really excel at anything, but they have built up a respectable Mech force and have been tested enough times throughout their long and storied history. Their martial traditions are all unique. The Boujay family wasn't actually a particularly brilliant group. There were many other families that managed to reach greater heights in the same amount of time, but there were also a lot of other families that had met their end after suffering enormous defeats. In contrast, the Boujay family stood out for its heavy emphasis on the long term. The Boujays were generally conservative in nature and generally did not take a lot of risks. It is quite odd to see the Boujay family among us. Vess shared his own views on this pioneering organization. The Boujays were supposed to reside in the Greenwich Middle Zone, which is far away from here. Do you know why they have come all the way to our Krakatoa Middle Zone and decided to enter this turbulent border region? General Forain shrugged. I don't have a clue. However, look at their postures and look at the way they are talking with the others. They aren't entirely comfortable in their own skins. Whatever brought them all the way here is not entirely harmless. Maybe they provoked an enemy they shouldn't have. Shem, it isn't too important as long as they pull their own weight in the upcoming operation. Old and upright families like theirs care a lot about their reputation, so they shouldn't let us down. Vess and General Forain finally directed their attention to the delegates of the Lyra Foundation. I don't know what to think about the Lyras. Most of them are scientists who all look out of place outside a lab. Why are they even here in the border region? Research, naturally, Vess said in an understanding tone. While it is fine for them to stay holed up in a well-equipped research lab on a safe and boring planet, the truly passionate researchers will never wait for others to supply them with research materials. The truly ambitious scientists that depend on external input to further their work can make a lot more progress if they go out and find what they need in the field. He respected this attitude a lot. The mentality of the Lyras matched his own, though they worked in different fields. General Forain looked skeptical. I suppose it is fine if they want to lead a research team to the surface of an exotic planet, but I wouldn't trust any of them to lead a Mech force. I don't believe the Lyra Foundation is stupid enough to let that happen. The Lyras of all people should know that important tasks should best be left to the professionals. Besides, their Mech force should be pretty strong. Their Mech have incorporated a lot of advanced technology. The focus of the Lyra Foundation is not on Mechs. Not really. The Adelaide leader shook his head. I would rely on the Mechs of your alliance over that of the Lyra Foundation any time. Yours are not only rich in features, but also proved their worth against elite military Mech units. Vess sensed an opportunity. Are you a customer of ours? No, I am afraid our mercenary company does not have that privilege, General Forain regrettably said. I am not in charge of Mech procurement, so I have never paid much attention to the Mech market. Adelaide is based in the Magyar Middle Zone, so for a long time our procurers have been buying their Mechs from the Mech companies that are closer to our current home. It is only recently that we have heard of your Living Mech Corporation and its fantastic range of products. While some of our leadership is impressed with your work, we have already modernized our Mech units a few years ago. The models that we currently employ are competitive in their own right, and we will only be throwing away a large amount of money if we replace Mechs that we can still depend upon for at least a decade. That is an understandable approach. Vess gave his potential customer a reassuring smile. You don't need to hurry up and replace machines that still have a lot of life left in them. I respect all Mechs, even the ones sold by my competitors. I am sure that your men have selected their models carefully. The other man's expression soured. Not carefully enough, seeing that the dummies in our procurement department completely overlooked strong and useful Mech models such as the Ferocious Piranha, the Desolate Soldier, and the Crystal Lord. I will definitely push our heads to take a good look at your Mechs in the next procurement round. Vess and the man continued to chat about Mechs for a time. Both of them were deep into Mechs, so there was an endless amount of topics they could talk about. It didn't matter to Vess that Adelaide was nowhere ready to buy another batch of Mechs. As long as General Forain became a hardcore fan of LMC Mechs, he would definitely be able to push through his demands sooner or later. You don't have to think about acquiring our main combat Mech lines just yet, but that doesn't mean our company has nothing to offer to you, Vess said. Our auxiliary Mech models can serve as force multipliers to your existing units. For example, we have our Buzzy B model that offers good ECM capabilities, while also featuring a special communications method that is much more reliable than what you are using at the moment. General Forain frowned. I am aware of the ECM Mechs that you are selling. I would love to purchase a batch of your Mechs, but we are stuck in the middle of nowhere at the moment. That's not a problem. Pardon. Vess grinned. Have you taken a look at our flagship? Our fleet centers around a factory ship. We can fabricate any Mech in our catalog. Feel free to place an order. We can deliver the Mechs you want in a matter of days. Though the Adelaide officer looked awfully tempted, he did not possess enough authority to spend the mercenary company's money on a whim. I can't. Our company has strict rules and procedures. Your third fleet is about to launch an attack against a powerful alien asteroid base, right? I think it should be easy to convince whoever is in charge of this to draw out additional money to bolster the strength of your forces even further. It won't cost much, but it will definitely save the lives of your mercenary troops. Well, if you put it like that. Chapter 44, 18 The Deepest Love. Though Vess managed to hit it off remarkably well with General Herman Forain of the Adelaide Mercenary Company, he had less success in befriending the other pioneering groups. They simply had less in common. None of the other delegates were particularly impressed by the Larkinson clan and the Golden Skull Alliance. So what if Vess was a talented and accomplished Mech designer? He was just a young and brash journeyman at the moment. So what if the Golden Skull Alliance smashed the Sundered Phalanx during the Battle of Pima Prime? The Hex Army did most of the fighting. The other pioneering organizations, such as the Lara Foundation and the Boujay family, were not weak by any means. In fact, they were all stronger than the Larkinson clan because they retained their own ace pilots. As Vess tried to mingle with the other delegates, he found that he and his fellow allies suffered from one particular weakness. He sought out Minister Sheddarin Purness and waited for the old diplomat to finish his polite chat with a dignitary from the Santana group. Sheddarin did not look surprised when Vess brought up this particular matter. When we attend gatherings like these, we are supposed to represent the Golden Skull Alliance, but in practice, we represent just one of its partners. When you spoke with General Forain earlier, did you stand up for the Golden Skull Alliance, or did you merely speak from the position of the Larkinson clan? It's the latter. I thought so. That is your mistake, Vess. If we want to be taken more seriously by everyone, then we must avoid showing too much division and selfishness. Right now, you, Marshal Ariadne Odin and Master Benedict Cortez are all representing your respective sides. This is not conducive to forming an impression of a strong and united military alliance. Vess frowned deeply. Do we need to send just one of us next time? That might be better if we want to form a united front. No, that is not necessary. In fact, I believe that would be a mistake. Oh, please explain, Sheddarin. The Golden Skull Alliance does not have a clear leader. Everyone is more or less equal. Our clan used to have the greatest say at the start, but now the Cross clan is in a more dominant position due to Patriarch Reginald's breakthrough. Nevertheless, the Crossers do not have all of the say. Each of us essentially governs the alliance by consensus. The advantage is that none of us are marginalized. The disadvantage is that we cannot truly present a strong and united voice to foreigners. That sounds bad. Is that so, Vess? Sheddarin smirked. There are other advantages to our current state. Explaining them all is beyond the scope of this conversation, but let me just say that speaking with multiple different voices can sometimes be more useful than speaking with a single voice. I think I know what you mean. Well, if you don't think that there is anything wrong, I guess there is little harm in maintaining our current approach. As time continued to pass, the Geminis eventually invited the delegates to dinner. They all moved to a formal dining hall, where the guests began to sample the unique cuisine of the Geminis. The foreign guests were able to meet more members of the family, while they curiously tried out the dishes. Vess didn't know what the Geminis ate during normal days, but in this fancy dining setting, they brought out a lot of specialty dishes that possessed a clear theme. What is this? He asked in an uncertain tone. At first, Vess thought that he had received a grilled and stuffed frog. It was only a little later that he noticed that the animal looked like the amphibian version of a Siamese twin. A male Gemini who was seated close by gave Vess a friendly smile. That is one of our bifrogs. It is a genetically engineered frog species that our genetics company has especially created to symbolize the permanent union of our pairings. The man couldn't help but place his palm on that of his twin sister, who also happened to be his wife. Two who shared a great resemblance to each other, but the way they looked at each other was much more intimate than that of brother and sister. Shall we, sister? Let us demonstrate our love, my husband. They picked up their forks and knives and began to cut at the bifrog that had been served to them. The two Geminis mirrored the cuts they made and put their portions in their mouths at the same time. Instead of chewing their bites, they instead turned towards each other and began to lock lips. Vess and several other nearby guests froze in shock as they witnessed the Gemini pair carefully exchange and chew each other's portions. The entire stunt was ridiculous from the onset, but the fact that the pair in question were twins who grew up alongside each other from the start made it 10 times as outrageous. Though Vess momentarily felt the urge to vomit, He did his best to maintain tight control over his emotions and body language. He had become quite good at controlling himself, so he did not exhibit any behavior that might cause the surrounding Geminis to view him in a worse light. The other delegates also managed to control themselves. Each of their expressions remained firmly neutral, as if the ritual of jointly eating a bifrog was just a common occurrence in their eyes. Even General Hermann Forain, who normally expressed his feelings, without too much restraint conspicuously fell silent while looking down at his own meal. Vess could easily sense the varying degrees of disgust and revulsion radiating from their spirits, but their self-control was so good that he would have been fooled if he did not possess such sharp senses. This was not an unusual phenomenon in gatherings like these. Human civilization was simply too expansive and diverse, and the Red Ocean happened to bring people from all corners of the old galaxy into a relatively tiny volume of space. Clashes between different cultures, values, and principles happened all the time. Too many pioneers went to war against each other because they disliked the way another group of people treated their underclass or interpreted the same religious scripture in a completely different manner. Perhaps these motives truly meant a lot to these people, but many of the pioneers who wasted their men, their mechs, their starships, and much of wealth on ideological struggles ultimately invited ruin. The smarter pioneers possessed the ability to distinguish between worthwhile pursuits and wasteful pursuits. Those that engaged in the former only picked a fight where they stood to become stronger in the end. Those that engaged in the latter suffered a lot of casualties without being able to replenish what they lost. In a frontier that was devoid of order and security, pioneers with insufficient strength had no right to exist. This was why everyone who attended this banquet meticulously conducted themselves with utmost respect. It was not necessary for them to engage in facetious flattery, but at least they should not engage in any behavior that might cause offense and ruin their upcoming joint operation. The Gemini family was anything but done with their open displays of affection. As waves of serving bots continued to deliver exotic dish after exotic dish, the twin couples seemingly went out of their way to make a show of their family's atypical cultural norms. "Brother," a Gemini woman lovingly said as her brother fed a spoonful of thick and hearty pea soup in her mouth. At the same time, the sister did the same for her husband, which she grew up alongside with all her life. They then leaned in and began to engage in a long kiss while exchanging the contents in their mouths with each other. The moans and other signs indicated that plenty of tongue action was taking place. Vess and many other guests opened their eyes to how creatively the Geminis turned their meals into rituals of affection. On the surface, it looked as if the Geminis openly revealed their perverted tendencies. However, when Vess looked deeper, he understood that it was far more about creating shock value. Vess could sense the deep and unbreakable love that the couples held towards each other. Every single brother and sister not only adored each other as their siblings, but treated each other as soul mates who they were eternally bound to for the rest of their lives. None of the Geminis showed any unwillingness or rejection towards the matches that their family had arranged for them from the moment they were conceived. Through the unremitting indoctrination efforts of the Gemini family, along with lots of clever gene manipulation, the Geminis not only lost their instinctual revulsion towards incest, but embraced it as the only form of love that they could ever accept. Every Gemini couple was happy and grateful to be able to share their most intimate moments with the brother or sister they knew best. Dinner time turned into the most enjoyable moments of the day to them. The special meals they formulated weren't meant to be consumed alone. They were dishes that should be savored with their significant others. The Geminis affirmed and strengthened their affection towards each other through the mutual interaction engendered by their meals. It was all too easy for people to treat the simple act of eating their breakfast, lunch, or dinner as a solitary moment to fill their stomachs. But the members of the Gemini family went beyond this point. The Geminis were feeding love to each other's hearts. The display was tender and loving. Vess wouldn't have any problem with this strange custom if not for the fact that the Geminis were too closely related to each other. The Geminis had to be well aware of how extensively they violated one of life's fundamental taboos. The most absurd aspect about this was that the Gemini family took pride in their choices. Vess did not sense any hesitation, remorse, or even shame in the Geminis. They loved their brothers and sisters and wanted to make that known to the entire old galaxy as well as the new frontier if possible. It would have been even better if other humans began to accept and embrace their expression of love. Every member of the Gemini family played this game. Even the leaders of the family set an example for their subjects. As Patriarch Cobalt Gemini finished passing on the piece of lemon pie to his sister and spouse, he turned to face his audience with a smile. Our Gemini family thanks you for your tolerance and understanding. Times like these make us glad that there are people that respect our freedom of choice. Please do not mistake our customs as frivolous acts that serve no other purpose than to indulge our fantasies. There is a purpose in everything we do. Everything we do is for love. His wife and sister picked up the thread. Love is eternal. Love is universal. Love is the source of strength that allows us to rise above everyone else. Our founders and ancestors believe that love is an indescribable force that can give us strength that is far beyond what ordinary machines and people can evoke. They fought against everyone that opposed them and forcibly started a family organization where they could prove their beliefs by producing offspring whose lives are filled with the greatest amount of love imaginable. By binding our twin children with both family love and romantic love, the bonds of affection that they have developed towards their closest relatives, as well as fated life partners, have become strong beyond any of you have ever witnessed. The patriarch and matriarch of the Gemini family proudly rose to their feet while raising their wine glasses. Once we commence our joint operation, our soldiers will most certainly vanquish over the aliens and take their possessions as our own. I wish you all success and hope that our love has inspired you to borrow this force to infuse you with additional strength and purpose. Let us toast to the wonders of love. For loves. Chapter 44, 19 The Temporary Coalition. The Gemini family firmly grasped the interests of the invited groups. The Golden Skull Alliance, the Adelaide Mercenary Company, the Lyra Foundation, the Santana Group, and the Boujay family all became increasingly more invested in the upcoming joint operation. It did not take long for the Geminis and the delegations to finalize a contract that precisely detailed all of the terms and conditions for their temporary coalition. At the same time, their military officials got together in order to expand and improve upon the initial attack plan developed by the Geminis. While there was nothing fundamentally wrong with the strategy adopted by the Gemini family, many steps could still be improved by relying on the unique strengths and circumstances of the individual coalition partners. Vess unconsciously jerked whenever an individual mentioned the word coalition in his vicinity. The Friday Coalition pressed onto his life for so many years that the word in question had become tainted in his mind. He developed such an allergy towards this word that he proposed an alternative. Of course, no one outside of the Golden Skull Alliance seriously entertained his suggestion. To them, it didn't matter if their temporary collective was called a union, an alliance, or a coalition. They just settled on the last term because it possessed an obvious temporary connotation. None of the coalition partners intended to team up with each other after they had topped the Palace of Shame. They had too little common ground with each other, and there was no particular urgency in seeking safety in numbers. Some of the pioneering fleets that had committed to the operation were also detachments of larger organizations. The Adelaide Mercenary Company, Lyra Foundation, and the Santana Group were all headquartered in different places and had spread out their forces in order to pursue multiple goals at once. Vess dreamt that his Larkinson clan would grow to this point as well one day. Once his clan grew large enough to be able to send out multiple strong fleets in different directions, the Larkinsons would be playing an entirely different game. Due to the concerted efforts of the Geminis, many people became familiar with their families' customs and ideals. While the Geminis did not always succeed in gaining the support and approval of their guests, the people they had invited to break open the Palace of Shame no longer exhibited as many negative reactions as before. People still liked to talk about it, though. Their practices were just so strange and different that it was as if the Geminis were aliens. One of the people that started to think about the Gemini family's unusual family customs was Venerable Iman Ingvar. The expert pilot spent a lot of time with two different individuals, his expert Mech and his sister. One of the most enjoyable periods of his life nowadays was when it was time for dinner. The two Ingvar siblings were both busy with their own lives and no longer spent as much time together as before. Commander Kaisela Ingvar was especially swamped with work due to serving as the Legion commander of the Living Sentinels. Though Venerable Iman Ingvar tried his best to accompany his sister, he was not a part of the chain of command and did not really have any business meddling with the management of the Mech Legion. He could make much better use of his time by training his skills or deepening his familiarity with his expert Mech. This was why Kaisela forcefully kicked him away so that he could spend his time on more productive activities, such as polishing his combat skills or tutoring other Mech pilots. Still, no matter what responsibilities Kaisela and Iman carried out these days, they always tried to synchronize their schedules so that they could gather together at least once a day. Breakfast or dinner became the most common periods for them to spend quality time together. It was either at the start or the end of their work days that they could put aside their work and share their thoughts and concerns with each other without any pretensions. As the pair of expert pilots quietly enjoyed their meals in a private room deep inside the Gorgonean, Iman curiously glanced at his sister, who was seated on the other side of the dining table from time to time. Someone as sensitive as the Sentinel commander quickly noticed the scrutiny. "What is wrong, Iman?" "I've heard a lot of stories about the Gemini family," Iman started. "They are an odd folk, but they are also brave for practicing the ideas that everyone thinks is wrong. I admire their courage. It is difficult beyond belief to go against the grain and reverse a standard that is no longer of this time." Kaisela paused in her attempt to put a bite of pasta in her mouth. "No longer of this time." Yes, it is such an obvious idea that more people should have realized this truth a long time ago. We live in an era where the genes of our children no longer have to be formed by mixing a collection of random genes together. The biotech experts can precisely formulate a set of genes that is free from genetic defects. There is no reason that a child born from this scientific process is in any way inferior to a child born through the natural process. In fact, I would argue that the former is always better, because a lot of smart people have worked carefully to mix together the right genes. Kaisela did not expect her brother to be so taken in by the Gemini family's ideology. "Many natural processes are no longer an important part of our lives," she said. "That doesn't mean that we should get rid of them all in order to pursue greater efficiency. The biggest reason why we are different from bots and aliens is because we are defined by our humanity. It defines the way we organize our families since the beginning of our race's history. For example, our society holds the expectation that every child should ideally be raised by two parents, no more and no less. Any challenge to his long-held notion is not only seen as an attack on a historical custom, but is also regarded as an attack on the foundation of what makes us human." Her brother grew confused. "I'm not advocating for that at all. I love humanity. I'm human. I don't think that children should be raised by one parent or three parents either. I agree with you that there are still a lot of good reasons why this tradition should still be upheld." It is just that far too many humans still cling onto notions that used to make sense in the past, but no longer have any reason to exist in the present day. Why can't we take a good look at all of the rules that have become redundant and sweep them in the dustbin of history? The Avatar commander did not hurry to respond. Instead, she slowly resumed eating while letting a few minutes go by. Her silence was palpable. Her willpower was unnaturally calm and composed, making it difficult for Iman to discern her stance on this topic. Kaysella eventually broke the silence. "Brother, I advise you not to fall into the trap of the Gemini family. Sure, many traditions that humanity has long held dear have grown stale over the millennia, but it is these exact same traditions that have bound our race and civilization together for so long." Huh? Iman wanted to scratch his head. What's wrong with that? Humans like us rose up because we had the courage to address our natural weaknesses. We relied on technology to stop freezing in the cold and to break the gravity that has bound us to our ancestral home planet. We have become far greater than what our biological limitations has allowed us to become, because we broke and eliminated the rules that held us back. Kaysella snorted at his words. And what does that have to do with the Geminis? Their ideas have made me realize that I was thinking too narrowly all of this time. Brothers and sisters used to receive a lot of stigma whenever they had the temerity to marry each other and start their own families. In truth, they earned it because the children born from such unions will always end up miserable due to their genetic ailments. However, we live in a completely different age from the times where this taboo was necessary. If a brother and a sister who love each other so much that they want to take their love a step further, why not let them do what they wish? They aren't harming anybody, especially if they follow the necessary procedures to produce healthy children. Iman. Come on, sister. Don't bring up tradition and all of those other stuffy arguments to me. Our civilization has grown so enormous that there should be room for all kinds of people. The Gemini family's extensive growth and increasing prosperity shows that it is no longer necessary for people to follow the rules that society has imposed upon us all. As long as people form their group or join an existing one that is tolerant enough, they can do whatever they want. Kaysella frowned deeper as she put down her utensils. She wished that the Golden Skull Alliance had never come into contact with the Gemini family. Her brother used to be a lot more tolerable before he became infected by these odd notions. We are Larkinsons, Iman. The clan doesn't belong to us. Do not forget your identity. We are its servants. The Larkinson clan has formed their own ideals about family, and if you ask me, they are much more preferable to the subversions celebrated by the Gemini family. I will not tolerate any further discussion about this. It is fine for the Geminis to do what they want, but we do things differently. That pretty much ended Iman's attempts to convince his sister from taking a deeper look into the Gemini way of life. As the pair of siblings were just beginning to eat dessert, Iman finally gathered enough courage to bring up a slightly different topic. I have learned of an interesting new way to share a meal that I want to try out with you. Just for fun, of course. Oh. They say you can get closer to your brother or your sister if you take a bite but pass it to each other's mouths. They say it can deepen the bond of love and drive away alienation. That sounds useful, right? Since our cooperation on the battlefield depends so much on how extensively we love and trust each other, I think it would be useful to add this interesting ritual to our daily lives. What are you, Kaysella? I mean, there is plenty of objective proof that it works. I can think of no other means to productively increase our synergy and teamwork than to share our food with each other. We should at least try it out to see whether there is any truth to the claims. His sister did not respond immediately. Instead, she continued to eat her cake until she stopped halfway. The Avatar commander abruptly rose from her seat and marched over to her brother's side of the table. She leaned in, so that her head was almost pressed up against the head of her sibling. Was Kaysella truly willing to try out this exotic custom? Just before Iman opened his mouth in anticipation of a kiss, Kaysella violently sprayed the half-chewed bits of cake into her brother's face. That's disgusting," Iman complained as he tried to wipe off the mess. "You're the one that is disgusting. If you bring up this notion to me again, I will do something that will make you want to wear a codpiece for the rest of your life. Now scram. I don't want to see you for the rest of the day." Chapter 44, 20 Naughty Andrest. Kaysella and Iman Ingvar were hardly the only people who explored the strange ideals and practices of the Gemini family. Many other Larkinsons in the expeditionary fleet also began to get pulled into uncomfortable conversations. It was as if the upcoming assault on the Palace of Shame took a backseat to discussing the merits of breaking the taboo on intimate relationships between siblings. The discussion became so widespread that even the children started to overhear what the adults were talking about. For example, when Marvane was sitting in a playroom, one of his sisters hopped inside. "Marvane Tilda, there you are. What are you doing, little bro?" Marvane did not bother to turn around and look up. Instead, he continued to play with the animated Exobast plushies that continued to make all kinds of cute noises. "Prince Longfang here is about to defeat and dethrone King Snugglepants so that the Beast Kingdom will have a new leader," he exclaimed. Andrast stared at the orange and purple plushies and grew disinterested in them. None of these juvenile toys interested her that much anymore. She would rather play with cool and awesome Mech toys like the Dark Witch Mech figurine her parents had recently bought for her. Mech were much cooler than alien beasts. "That's interesting. Say, little bro, do you want to try out something new? I just heard our mama talk about something really fun with Nanny Shannon." A small shudder ran through Marvane's juvenile body. He began to get a bad feeling about this, especially when her sister began to show a devious grin. The Beast Kingdom still needs to depose its old king. Can it wait, sister?" "Nulla, I can't wait. Let's do it right now. I even brought candy." Marvane immediately perked up when he heard the word candy. He no longer paid attention to his Exobast plushies anymore. "What did you bring this time, sister?" "I saved up a few pieces of Uncle Garvey's gummy bears. Look, here's a strawberry-flavored one. It's your favorite." Andrast sweetly placed the gummy bear in question into Marvane's palm. The boy had no patience and immediately popped the candy into his mouth. His sister did the same with her own portion. "MMMHMM." Just as Marvane began to chew his strawberry-flavored gummy bear, Andrast grabbed his shoulders and leaned forward. "Wait, what are you doing, sister?" "Open your mouth for me, Marvane." But I haven't chewed my gummy bear yet," the boy objected. "Just do what your big sister asks." Marvane opened his mouth by reflex after hearing Andrast's commanding tone. The older of the two siblings grinned wider. Seeing that her brother was nice enough to cooperate, she no longer held herself back and began to lean closer so that she could try out the exotic Gemini family ritual for herself. Meow. Yet just before her lips touched the lips of her brother, a cat suddenly interspersed between the two siblings and pushed them away from each other. "Oh. Ouch, Clixie, what are you doing?" "Mayuo." The Rubarthan sentinel, Cat acted as if she had just saved Andrast and Marvane from killing themselves. Andrast wasn't so deterred and tried to complete her naughty little plan. "Go away, Clixie. Why aren't you staying with my big sister? Move aside so that I can finish what I started with my lil bro." "Meow," Clixie hissed as she continually used her formidable strength to nudge and push Andrast's body away from her bewildered brother. I think we should listen to what Clixie has to say," Marvane said after he greedily chewed and swallowed the strawberry-flavored gummy bear. "Papa always said that we should listen to her if he and our mama aren't around." "Well, Mama never told us that. She said that humans like us should always be in charge. Clixie is just a pet." Marvane shook his head. "Clixie is family, and she's older than us. If she thinks that something is wrong, then we should stop." "No, I was so close. Damn you, Clixie." "Meow meow." Though the interruption of an unwelcome cat had spoiled Andrast's plan, she did not give up so easily. She planned to wait until it was bedtime. Perhaps Andrast might be able to sneak into her brother's bed and restart her plan while Clixie was getting cuddled by Aurelia. Yet before she could think about her plan any further, a furious-looking mother barged into her room. "Andrast, explain yourself this instant." Oh. As someone who grew up under a demanding mother for numerous years, Andrast knew exactly how much trouble she was in right now. Gloriana rarely used this tone on her unless she truly broke the line. Fortunately, not many children were as naughty and adventurous as Andrast. Time moved on. When the delegates finally returned to their respective ships, the coalition had formally taken shape. All of the pioneering fleets gathered in the Quiet Star system were scheduled to depart shortly afterwards. None of the groups needed to make any further preparations, as they were already fairly combat-ready to begin with. The crews and soldiers just needed to spend a bit of time on making more specific preparations that could slightly further their chances of performing well in the upcoming operation. They still had plenty of time to do so, while the fleets journeyed to their next destination. When Vess finally returned to his grand stateroom, he first approached his children and kissed each of them on the top of their heads. "I missed you, Aurelia. I missed you, Andrast. I missed you, Marvane." Though the Gemini family was filled with love and affection, Vess never truly felt at home while he was staying aboard the twin refuge. The sheer amount of twin brothers and sisters openly treated each other in ways that defied the family norms that the Larkinson family and the Bright Republic instilled into Vess when he was young. Though Vess had grown old enough to be able to question some of his biases, the Gemini family did not manage to convince him that it was okay for close siblings to start treating each other as lovers. This was a bridge that Vess simply couldn't cross. As Vess tried his best to wipe away some of the more expressive images from his memory, he noticed that his second child looked a little glum. "What's wrong, Andrast?" "Nothing," the red-haired girl grumbled in response. Though he sensed that not everything was all right at the moment, Andrast refused to say why she was feeling upset. "Vess," Gloriana spoke as she tapped her foot against the deck, "I hope you did not come back from the Gemini family's fleet with strange ideas in mind. I don't want you to corrupt our children with deviant notions on how they should treat each other. In fact, I don't want to spend any further time with this revolting group. Please tell me that our clan and alliance decided to decline the offer and move on. Please tell me that you have made the wiser decision this time." It sounds as if Gloriana still couldn't move past her strong dislike of the Gemini family. That would make the following discussion harder. I hate to break it to you, but the Golden Skull Alliance, along with the other groups that have gathered here, has decided to attack the alien asteroid base. The benefits are just too good to pass up, and we are confident that our forces can make short work of the pirate warships." "What?" It took a while for Gloriana to vent her feelings on this decision. Vess had already gestured for Lucky and Clixie to take the children elsewhere so that he could give his wife an update in private. After Gloriana completed her usual rant, both she and her husband sat down on a couch. "Tell me the details," she commanded. "What has convinced you to keep tolerating the Gemini family's antics and commit to this attack?" "The Geminis are all right," Vess said. "Wait, before you say anything, I don't agree with their personal views, but that isn't really relevant here. They have studied their target carefully, and they have formed a good plan to assault the Palace of Shame." Vess subsequently outlined the attack plan and talked about the spoils that they expected to obtain. Aside from plundering a heap of face water, as well as an abundant sample of alien technology, he also emphasized the possibility of obtaining powerful alien relics that the Palace of Shame had hidden for centuries. Unlike the excitement welling up inside Vess' heart, his wife did not put much stock in this claim. "That's it. I can understand why you are attracted by the prospect of looting 100 kilograms of face water, but you just told me that this valuable resource is spread among many scattered pirate groups." I seriously doubt whether you can gather them all when the pirates scatter in every direction. Vess smirked. But that's where you are wrong. We have enough forces to form an effective blockade. What if the enemy ships engage their warp drives? That's not a problem for the most part. The Palace of Shame is situated in the middle of a dense asteroid belt. Not only is this a good hiding place, but it also makes it a lot more difficult to engage in warp travel as there are too many asteroids in the way. The alien ships that are deep inside the belt need to navigate through all of the rocks in the way before they can safely leave the star system. What if some of the ships possess a more advanced warp drive that can ignore the obstacles in the way? We already prepared a solution for that as well. No vessel will be allowed to form a warp travel on our watch. We are truly serious about stopping every single ship and vessel that tries to flee from our encirclement. Everything they carry will eventually fall into our coalition's hands. Then what of the supposed secret alien relics that you are all trying to plunder from the Palace of Shame? Gloriana skeptically asked. Do you even know whether such valuables exists in the first place? No. You mean you don't know? Have the Geminis told you nothing? The Gemini family has shared what little intelligence they collected about it. They truly know nothing more. All they have is scattered clues that the Palace of Shame hides an ancient secret that is valuable enough to make all of those powerful pirates stay in place, even as many other aliens from the surrounding regions have departed human-occupied territories. Vess ultimately did not believe that the Orvans and all of the other aliens chose to stay deep in enemy territory because of irrational reasons. There were theories that all of those alien pirate groups stayed because they were religious fanatics, doomsday cultists, or simply afraid that the alien space police would come and execute them for escaping their prison. He didn't think that any of these reasons could convince so many different alien races with drastically different personality traits and cultures. There had to be a strong, logical reason why all of those selfish criminals chose to remain so deep in a region that became increasingly more human. His wife wasn't as optimistic, though. In other words, you don't know anything. Great. Did you at least ask your intangible crystal ball whether this Palace of Shame truly contains any worthwhile relics? I did, but he did not give me an answer, which is nothing new, Vess replied. All that means is that we should handle this situation by relying on our own judgment. In my case, that means playing along with the Geminis. Do you trust these people? Vess smiled. They're definitely holding back relevant information, so they haven't been entirely forthcoming to us. On the other hand, they are all sincere about our chances of success and the spoils we can expect to gain. They are excited, Gloriana. They don't think the opposition can do anything to stop them from taking what they want, especially since we have gathered so many ace mechs. Some of the enemy warships may pack a notable punch, but I don't think those indigenous aliens have ever handled anything comparable to a machine piloted by a saint, let alone 7 of them at the same time.